Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz, most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for clout, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers for words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait. See a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? My black money in the black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go a lead and knock him off his check. Let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your set, he reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in a fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. You be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door means
caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. All I hear is talking, I don't see the words. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get him block what he needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and gold, you know they ain't miss. Living levels and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Woo. Why just break it open, make it free? Why just take them true? Why just take the streets? Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, I let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from its knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies about them slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play into the grizz, everybody hurt. Whoa. Why just break it open, make it free? Why just take them true? Why just take the streets? Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not, we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from its knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo.
And we're back in the house once again. One more time, 1 second. All right, got that going. And we're back, I think. Yeah, we're back. All right, what's up with y'all? We back again in the house. We're gonna rock it out to the evening hours. We got Psycho coming at you shortly with Midweek Madness, I think. We're definitely coming off of a big roller coaster on the last stream. Who's responsible for the lack of education in the Black community? Is it Black folks themselves or the government? They know what it is to be scammed. Some people like to. They don't mind being scammed though. Some people they don't like. They don't, they like fairy tale, pretend, make believe. Not really having to deal with reality. Especially when it comes to pseudo type stuff, when you don't have to worry about proving anything or validating anything. At a major display of, I guess you could call it intentional. When you don't have any desire whatsoever to learn how to comprehend various types of information or refer to valid references when making a claim. Instead, more fanfare from the FBA crowd. Yeah, try to put somewhat of a break on the FBA in the title. Oh, dealing with that within itself is a piece of work. But when it does come to the black youth, there's only so much the government can provide in terms of resources when it comes to timing. And then if we put it on the community, who's responsible for teaching the people in the community? Where they gonna get their education from? May not the answer may not be as simple as you first thought. So there's no chance of two well-intended parents lining up their children or people in their care with misinformation unintentionally. Is that going around? That's some misleading headlines. What's up with it, Daniel Bear? Yeah, that's going to be a real task if a grown adult is not aware that the information that they are repeating uh, is not necessarily grounded in facts or has any bearing of truth. Then that gets passed on to that generation, and then that information gets passed on to the next generation, and then you're caught trying to figure out, well, what happened? Was it the information? Was the information wrong, or was the people wrong? So we're in an ever changing society, fast paced right now. I should say. Everybody walking around with high tech computers in their hands. Giving them somewhat of a pass. Uh, Shout out to the people that are making a connection and networking to build off of the different opportunities that may arise from their encounters. We still got a lot of people making positive connections while they still got access to the internet. 50-50 students, both parents together. Let's see. The students being surrounded by neglectful environments. Yeah, so that's one of the ways that the accountability and the liability aspects of it it's kind of a blend. If you're going to have or paint some sort of accountability on environmental factors, whether it's your immediate dwelling, the block you live on, the town you live in, the county you live in, the state. It's not like it's a sign that says, oh, this is a good neighborhood or this is a bad neighborhood. Good and bad are normally defined by crime rate. Crime rates are normally determined by a number of factors. Its strength of character. That's pretty decent. I arrive with that. Pretty decent answers. It's definitely not one simple fix. I would say for sure. Even if you try to put it on one simple fix, they're definitely not going to have the capacity to flip a switch and make a deep impact into the issue on an immediate basis. That's for sure. We've seen that since civil rights coming up through the 80s, 90s, 2000s, and what have you. Pre-COVID, post-COVID. The students coming out of grade school or primary school today better prepared to deal with life than maybe one or two generations back. The 17-year-old in 2025 versus the 17-year-old in 1995. How about that? Which one had more of a probability of success? If you were to throw out some numbers, get into some numbers. But yeah, the character does play a big role in that. And even that has its own set of parameters if you want to break that down. But I'm definitely not going to get into the psychology of it. Do more Black people want to be more responsible and take on more liability and be accountable? Or are we seeing a shift in relying on corporations, media, and government to dictate how we operate in society as a whole? So do we have more of an impact on shaping the environment, or does the environment have more of an impact on shaping people? Which is 51-49, or however y'all want to divide it. Yeah, I missed last Psycho stream. I didn't get the feedback on what y'all was thinking about Jasmine Crockett running for Senate. Since I'm not all the way comfortable in terms of having an assessment on the level of whether voters know how government works or not. Even at this late stage with all these devices, I still think there's a lot of people that don't know how government actually operates. When it comes to local environments, county environments, state environments, national, federal environments, international relations. Almost as if I'm speaking to a push button generation. Just do this and everything else, do this. No, it's not that simple. There's got to be some sort of framework that's involved when trying to maintain the stability and the progression of any community. Most families in big cities kind of tend to follow the quick pro status quo. Especially when you're talking about moving to another city, moving out of a city. A lot of key different decisions that has to be made. And I don't think there's one particular area where you're going to find a whole bunch of different people kind of joining together and having one main goal. When you say unity, come together, no, it has to be something, has to be an issue, has to be something tangible. It's got to be healthcare. It's got to be infrastructure. It's got to be education. It's got to be affordable housing. It's got to be job opportunities. It's got to be law enforcement. Just can't say unity and come together. You got to be specific. And then that's when the assumptions go all out the window. Oh, I thought you felt like this. No. Some people feel the other way. So you're going to have conflicts. If I think it should be a traffic light at the intersection and you think it should be a stop sign, How does that get resolved? Some shit like that. So that's just an example. Let's see. We can get into some goddamn trivia questions. If we don't have any questions about education in the Black community anytime soon, but I do know, I realize that it is dinner time now. Damn, Sanchez. Boy, that motherfucking thumbnail is wild, boy. That thumbnail Psycho had on the other night, boy. That shit look like Tales of the Crypt. I don't never want to see that one again. But that's exactly how they be looking. I don't want to see all these jail photos of Diddy in prison, yo. I ain't clicked on now one of them videos, man. I don't care about that. What's up, Mac Mizzle? Yeah, we just started this one over, man. We gonna rock this out. We'll browse over some headlines real quick. Are we in another egg crisis with chickens with salmonella contamination? This is like the third wave of egg recalls in the last 2 months. Home Depot 5% level. Several states issue tax refunds. Oh yeah, some state governments have already mailed out and funded state income tax. If you live in a state that actually has state income tax, not every state does, including Texas. AT&T, Department of Justice. I haven't been seeing no crazy ICE stories, immigration stories as of late. Let's see. Public libraries in Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi are no longer protected by the First Amendment. What does that actually mean? We'll come back to that headline. Oh yeah, uh, based on which books are allowed or no longer allowed in libraries. So I'll put this link in the chat. Yeah, I want to read that. Read that. Okay, I think this was a federal case. Since we was talking about books earlier, or the lack of books earlier. The Supreme Court denied the writ of certiorari in the case, meaning that they will not hear arguments in the case and the lower court's ruling will stand. This means that the libraries in Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi will have no First Amendment rights to access information. Pretty much making it a censorship type of situation. I think that's pretty much the summary of it. Some people call it fascism 101. What's the answer to the title of the video? The parents, people. What if parents don't know? What if the parents get sidetracked or influenced by a pseudo or a grifter like Rod Hayes or Dane Calloway? Start teaching them Apple stuff. Did the parents do their jobs? Yeah, I'll put the egg recall in there a little bit later. If the grown adult is literally under the impression that they are repeating information that's valid, is there a system of checks and balances to find out if you are a parent and you are teaching or guiding your child or guardian, whoever you have responsible for, invalid information, especially when it comes to science and some of the complex social topics. When we get into economics, math, a lot of the technical industry fields, some parents may or may not have excess than others. It may not even be an income issue. I don't think there's one solid, clear answer. The parents know how to use their phones for messing around. Mm. If they can teach their kid how to play on the phone, they can teach their kid how to learn on the phone. I don't know if that'll go over so well. Sounds like it should be an easy fix or a transition. The child don't have that much time though. He's only got a certain amount of time to where he's got to comprehend, be able to not panic, and at least resolve some of the basic functions in literacy when it comes to communication, uh, calculations, logic, reasoning, stuff like that. And you can hear the activity in the background. Yes. And I could always fire up at this time. Yeah, I think I read somewhere where like 70% of the cell phone owners and users don't use most of their devices, capabilities and resources and apps. You only stick with like one or two consistently. And one of them may not even be phone related. But yeah, you definitely have more than your phone though. I came up in the library generation, so People are definitely not messing with the library in 2026. Even when it comes to trying to develop skills for writing resumes and job interviews, etiquette is basic communication when you're dealing with the public. Fortunately, though, like they said, you got YouTube and other short forms of media that are already established that have these DIYs available, but that's certainly not a guarantee. I thought I read somewhere where the education secretary had a press conference earlier today. It looked like it was more of an employee type situation. So I'm not going to necessarily get into that, right? I don't really take much of the current administration's level of seriousness when it comes to some of those positions. Oh, almost, almost. All right, appreciate it, mods. Make sure y'all keep passing the link around. You talking about the news link? Yeah. I'll put the egg recall link in the chat too if y'all want to check that out. I know. Try to keep the news segment a little bit more serious, especially on food topics, agriculture. Definitely don't want to shortcut Because is this the same black uh, black sheep egg company? Um, okay, there you go on that. So this one's out of Dixon, California. More than 1,500 eggs are being recalled due to possible salmonella contamination from the California Department of Health. They usually sell by the dozens, 30 count. This particular batch has a sale date of December 22nd, earlier on it. And this is from Vega Farms recall in California and Oregon. Coming at you by WJOT.com. Make sure you get that out. And then make sure you catch up on the FDA website for the latest on food recall. Oh yeah, you used to work in Dixon? Yeah, it's kind of a manufacturing area, rural California. So, addressing the education issue in local communities, obviously, various Black communities across the United States have and probably never will be lined up identically when it comes to social uh, dynamics, just the needs within themselves, economics. The makeup is quietly vast and varying. So while this Black community may need some help in affordable housing, there may be another community that may be dealing with uh, crime issues. The next may have been dealing with a combination of both infrastructure, mismanagement of funds, school system. I mean, healthcare. I mean, it's just a whole range of issues. What's up, Biles? But one thing that's in common is that the voters, the citizens, the people that's in the community, being active in their local communities, uh, is still at somewhat of a deficit compared to previous generations. So it's kind of difficult to determine what is the priority, what are the needs, what do you want in your community, what would you like to have, what is the most needed thing in your community, what is the number one priority in your community. Is it housing for the senior and elderly or disabled? Is it housing, period, for not only mid and upper income brackets, but low income and poor people as well? Is it the access of resources when it comes to grocery prices, gas prices, general merchandise markets? This town has a Walmart in it. That town only has Family Dollar and Dollar Tree in it. A lot of different issues coming up. Are you actually allowing either your child or children in your neighborhoods, in your communities, access or an opportunity to access to the widest, most vast range of opportunities to make their path through basic education as most efficient as possible? Are you trading off or assuming that the government will make the right decision for either your child or child's in your care, or or as a collective? Are you stepping in terms of the parent teacher conferences and meetings and demanding that certain types of rainbow language are being addressed, various issues on the school campuses? Are they getting adequate nutrition when it comes to breakfast, lunch? Are you able to hold down a full-time job and not having to worry about your 8 to 9 year old being in any type of danger in their path to and from school while you're still on the time clock from Mr. Charlie? What's up with it, J. Cal? So just a few rhetorical questions that we all have either addressed, acknowledged, seen various instances where they can actually have a snowball effect. There's a lot of communities that have a little bit of all those involved, depending on time and location. Shout out to the HBCUs though in the South. Well, it's almost coming up on holiday break now. A lot of vacation time getting ready to set in. I don't know if this is it this week or next week. Man, it seems like Thanksgiving was just here. I know some of y'all trying to minimize the guilt factor when you come in contact with somebody that sees that you're not being active and participating in various holiday festivities. I've certainly long got past that. I had to move around the other day. Somebody was trying to get me to help them put up a Christmas tree in the front lobby, man. I was like, man. You get that tree to me, boy, I'll take that mug around back and start a campfire with that damn tree. So they picked the right person to do the job. It wasn't me. Yeah, this is kind of an odd time of year for me as well. Unlike most children that are raised in Christian environments. And a lot of different events that happen around this time of year based on location and what was going on. So I'll keep those to myself. But I do hope that everyone is lined up and hopefully will have a more prosperous, productive 2026. I'm not sure if y'all actually met y'all goals for 2025. Y'all can actually come up and do that if y'all want. If y'all don't feel like getting in on the topic about who's being responsible or who is responsible for the lack of education, standard education for the Black youth. Are we able to compete in society today on a city level, state level, national level, international level? Where are the spelling bee champions at? I'm on the wrong platform for that. Oh, no. The environment that I was raised up in, uh, the basic rooms in the home. One of the rooms in the home, which we used to call the study, was literally an area strictly for reading. There was no TV, there was no radio. You couldn't drag your toys in there. There's one big long monstrous bookshelf with various books on it, depending on the topic. Some people skipped past that. Some people did not have that or did not experience that. So we can't hold that against them. But being able to comprehend words, multiple words, and manage through various transactions when it comes to social, economics, business, and just general communication in general. Based on what we've seen, there is a lot of progress that still needs to be made. That's for sure. Of course, we definitely going to continue to push for STEM in the Black youth, in the Black community. As the year rounds out, we're going to be coming to the new season, I guess. Some of these federal programs that have recently been under tight lock should be slowly and eventually opened back up. I think I can't really predict on what's going to happen. Seems like every hour there's a Supreme Court case ruling on this or the other. Yeah, a lot of people didn't have the study or den area available. Or if they did, it definitely probably wasn't no books in the area. So it's kind of hard for me to gauge in terms of what are a lot of up and coming new youth when it comes to young Black kids in terms of what they want to be, what they want to do, how they want to be seen, how they want to be observed in society, in their different communities. Do they even want to stay in their own community? What are the grown people doing to make sure that their community is livable enough for the children's children and the people that come after them to not want to pack up ship and go to some you know uh, non-Black uh, all foreign culture, you know, type of area. Yes, that was an issue that I was dealing with. Everybody was packing up and leaving town. And I knew I couldn't stand there and build it by myself. So try to move on and pick up skills as needed. What's up with it, Roy? So, and another thing we have an issue with is trying to determine what information is deemed beneficial to the youth and to the community, and what information is strictly entertainment and propaganda. Do we spend more time in propaganda, or do we spend more time in taking in information that's actually beneficial and tangible for the community, like how to repair electronics or a car, or how to I don't know, cook up a dish or something. There's so much stuff that's available now that is tangible. I am quite baffled on the amount of mess around time and non-productive content that is being displayed.
Yeah,
What's up with Mac Miller?
there, chilling. That's crazy, man. The way they do in the libraries, the
Oh yeah, the
books.
First Amendment. Yeah,
I feel like a lot of these kids don't even know how to read an encyclopedia, man. For them to be doing all that, it's crazy.
damn, I heard that theme song by accident when you was typing that. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. I hate that song, and I hate Hollywood entertainment. It seemed like a bunch of garbage time, man. Like
Yep.
I don't, man,
Celebrities are not black leaders. You gotta remember that.
it's crazy, man.
You know?
Motherfucker know about how much in Diddy's account, but they don't even know the name of their own city councilman. That's, that's some wild shit to me.
You know?
Yeah, we're gonna try to keep the radar alert out for old King Divine, as he definitely went all the way over the edge on his uh, fuck books confession on the last stream. We definitely don't want to get into
What?
that.
Someone said that? Oh,
Yeah, yeah, we got it clipped and everything. I think Identity may be coming back up a little later. It was fine. We finished version of it. I was floored. I could not stomach it. Too tough. I tried to laugh at first, and then he kept
didn't
on
you know
saying it.
they
I was
would
like,
torture and kill slaves if they even found out they were reading something and they could read? That's crazy.
"Nah." He said fuck it when he got to the 11th grade.
Uh,
He's only got one more year of courses. Like it's not even probably not even 3 or 4 months where he can just get credit for a GED and
yeah.
get it out the way. But that's not even a priority. He don't give a fuck about his GED,
Wow.
and he got kids.
And you got kids?
Yeah, on top of that, right? That's why I just left it alone, man. I don't, you know what I'm saying? That just for me, that's just an area where, hey, you know what? I done my time. I mean, I'm
No
still
excuses
available,
there.
but I'm not. Oh,
Yeah. She's crazy.
yeah, the Chingy dude, he did say we read too much, but the
Read
dude
too
came up
much.
after that and said, "Fuck books."
What?
That kind of that shit nail that shit home, bro. I was like, damn, boy, motherfuckers out here really thinking that shit.
Social media got their brains fried and scrambled. Eggs.
This is your brain on drugs. You're gonna build one egg to feed 50 million people. Yeah, he's saying some crazy shit.
Ostrich eggs, brontosaurus eggs.
I don't never wanted to see it get that bad, man. We got kids, especially kids, talking about I don't want to read no more. I mean, math was one of my favorite subjects, but I definitely wasn't opposed to trying to get past some words and sentences to complete whatever task I was dealt with. Then, like you said, environment, what people are eating. I know a lot of people ingest a lot of high fructose corn syrup, a lot of sugar, so they stay amped up all day. Uh, get down with Starbucks and a lot of high cholesterol food on a 10-year cycle nonstop. You eat the same thing every single day, no matter what. I don't know, man. You gonna put that on all the FBA, man. FBA is the FBA against books. I don't know, man. Y'all be around more than I do. I mean, them two guys just happen to be representing FBA. Shit, I don't know.
Funny because every rich person's house I go to, they got a big ass library full of encyclopedias, books, everything, and they peppered up.
Oh yeah, for sure. The immigrants are using books to distract FBA from getting reparations. No. They don't have no shame in that either, man.
Hmm. Ancestors are rolling over in their grave like, what? You don't want to read? God damn
It definitely wasn't no damn choice for me. But like I said, that's never been my character though.
it. Mm.
Being led, especially by an adult that wasn't my mother or father, some grown person dictating every little single aspect of my life, what I eat, what I wear, what I ride in, what I sleep in. I mean, come on, man. At some point, you gotta have some form of self determination.
Hey, what's up, Dev? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you good now, man? What's up with it, bro?
Hey, long time, man. What's up,
All
Mr.
good, bro.
Nizzle?
Yeah,
What up, Roy? What's happening?
Not much. I was wondering if the topic was in general. Like, are you talking about like the beginning of the Black community, like when you send your kids to school, like the education they start from kindergarten to first grade, all the way to high school to possibly college? Are you talking about that, like the foundation,
yeah, pretty much.
or are you talking about
When you
something else?
Yeah, when you pretty much look up the stats,
Mm-hmm.
which I love stats and stuff, and just go on standardized education. I mean, Q's been over the numbers with y'all. Where do black kids rank? Where do they fit when compared to uh, Mohammed or John Lee or Mister Rob Klein? You know what I mean? What's up with it?
Right. Well, I think those groups of people get extra help. So
Extra?
yeah. For example, like the Jewish, the small hats have their own schools, right? We can't just go to their schools. They have their own schools, and they tend to private them, right? So I think, me personally, I think
That's true.
curriculum matters for education, right? So if you have a weak curriculum, you're not going to have the best students. The best students are going to come from the schools with the strongest curriculum, where they really care and they really want to teach the youth how to think properly and be better than everybody else. And I think that's what some groups attempt to do, like the small hat schools. The Asians have their own version of it, where you don't even know that they have their own programs, right? Because they advertise it, right? They'll have it in a indiscriminate place, but they know where to go to get it. You know what I mean? So it's not like they're so good at school and they're learning faster than everybody else. They're learning, plus they're going to other schools, else, getting classes and getting taught more information than what you would get in the classroom. And I think that's the advantage that they have that they don't speak about.
Okay. To some degree, I could probably resonate with some of that, especially when you're talking about about people that are raised up in Ivy League and type of environments, or maybe some of your West Coast uh, situations. The
Yeah,
dynamics are definitely not identical.
yeah. I think they have study groups and they don't tell everybody else, right? So they have their own little. So after school, when you go home and you cartoons and as a kid, go outside and play, they're not doing that. They're going to school, they go home, and they go to a study group for another 2 or 3 hours. So they're getting the material down, and they're getting more material, right? So if you're learning the alphabet, you might be getting 5 letters a day, and they're getting like 15 letters a day. So of course they could be above you. That they're raised, they're doing that specifically for that purpose. They're not just doing it because they're slow. They're doing it so that they're superior to the competition, if you know what I mean. That's how the Asians got that way with math, right? They specifically focus on certain tasks, and certain mathematical tasks they excel at. Not every mathematical task, but certain ones they excel at, and they do it with the quickness because they're trained that well.
Trained.
Yes. Have you seen them do there's some YouTube videos that they do something with an, right? They have a modified abacus. You remember what an abacus is?
Mm-hmm.
They have this little handheld abacus, and they're trained to use that thing, and they could do multiplication, division, addition, subtraction, like in the blink of an eye. It's amazing to see them do it. So the reason why they so well in foundational mathematics is that training program, right? So they have thousands and thousands of kids doing it. So then they just pass it on, but they're not teaching everybody else. They're not teaching, the Indians or the small hats or blacks. They're keeping that knowledge for themselves.
How you find out about it?
Well, I found out about it by watching some of the videos. I just happened to stumble on it, and like I was dealing with education and how people learn, and I just happened to stumble across it that they learn it that way. So people can specialize, and that's what people, I think, we don't recognize until we are older, that you can specialize in a specific thing, and you're average with everything else. But the thing that you specialize makes people think, oh man, that guy is so smart. When you see these Asians at math and they're doing it quick, and it takes you longer, it takes you 3 times longer to solve the same problem. Like, man, this guy is smart. It's not that he's so smart. It's because he's thoroughly trained, and he's able to do it with the quickness that way. The same thing with intelligence tests, right? So when people
go to school on Saturdays. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, it's school on Saturdays. Yeah, that's another thing. So they're doing all stuff, all kind of stuff that they're not sharing with everybody else. You're just getting the advantage, and then they're gonna be like, we're better than you, type of thing. That's where I was going with the intelligence tests, right? There's a way to pass those tests without having to be all knowing. There's specific ways, there's specific strategies of taking exams, and I learned that through somewhat of a class, right? And they go over strategies, how to answer certain questions. And if you're not trained to do it, you're going to get them wrong, right? You're likely going to get them wrong than right. As a matter of fact, remember when we were at Bomb's channel, I think I gave an example of those IQ tests, the questions. Do you remember? Like there were cards.
Yeah.
And the card would read something, and then you would have a question to answer based on the cards. Yeah. They're training to answer those questions. It's not like they're teaching the material and then they're getting the answers right. They're training specifically those questions. So when they encounter a question like that, the instinct kicks in, if you know what I mean. So it's not like they're so smart. They are trained that way. So they're asking questions where they're trained to answer those, and they're trained to respond a certain way. That if you change the question around, it's going to fumble them up. Right, so the wording matters, like the way they're training matters. So people boast this IQ up, so that they get more questions than you do, correct, and you get more wrong. Oh, look, my IQ is higher than yours, so black people are inherently inferior, because that's been made like a million times, and that's one of the reasons why that happens, because we don't get the training to those specific questions that they get. So it's just, it's just something to think about.
So where's the line in terms of, hey,
between psychobabble and shit we supposed to pay attention to there?
No. How to teach the kids to pass the test, or how to teach the kids to use the information and operate in society in real live action. Like 30 divided by 12 is going to end up in some dollars. And it's going to make the difference of you being broke or having enough for lunch for the rest of the day. Stuff
Right.
like that. Yeah.
When is it applicable?
Yeah.
Where it's
So
not.
Roy just taught us how to pass a test. He's going to be judged by an academic board and saying, hey, that guy is intelligent. But when you put him in the street, is he going to be able to translate that, Roy?
Not always, because the street is quite different, but
Life.
some things are applicable, but it's not 100%, right? It may be 50-50.
Literally.
What's that, Sabio?
Life. It was when he said the streets, he was meaning life.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Yeah, I understand that. So that's another thing. That's another stereotype that I would like Black people to get away from, because it's cool to be practical, but you can't be just only practical, right? Because that's people are gonna start talking about your understanding, right? So IQ in the circles of the IQ people, they talk about understanding, not just how to be practical, right? So if you're practical but you have no understanding, you're still kind of dumb to them, right? So you need to combine those things to be practical and to have the wisdom and understanding and the knowledge combined as a whole, not
Don't
just be practical.
I'm tired of niggas making sentences. Say something with some,
Your mic is coming bad, Sabio, at least on my part. Like I hear every other word.
Say something with some substance.
What do you mean? You don't understand what I'm saying?
It's just fluff.
No, it's not fluff. It's actually trying to avoid a stereotype, trying to pigeonhole Black people to just being workers. Like you can't be intellectual, right? So if you're telling Black youth to just go to trade school and just be practical, they're not going to understand things outside of that.
Signs.
What's that?
Stop running stop signs.
Stop running stop signs. What did I miss?
You ran a whole bunch of signs. You just wrecked and flew off the mountain.
Okay, tell me what I missed.
Who's telling Black people that they can be intellectual?
That's already the stereotype. What do you mean? That's been the stereotype. That's been a stereotype for a long time. Like, where have you been? Before you were born, that was the stereotype. Before I was born.
Hey, Roy Checkers.
Most intellectuals are Black.
Do you live up to stereotype? Are you a stereotype? Is that what you're telling us?
No, I'm not saying we should.
Chill out.
Okay.
Don't interrupt. Chill out. I need you to really focus. Are stereotypes what we represent?
No.
So what are you fucking telling me about a stereotype for?
What I'm telling you is that you're already being stereotyped, and to fit that stereotype.
Hey,
yeah,
Roy,
and I'm going to change the plight of Black people if you don't change it.
Listen.
You got to change that stereotype to make progress.
The way you show an Asian that he's not on your level is you engage him in an intelligent conversation and you put him in his fucking place. Fuck a stereotype. Are you really sitting up here talking about a stereotype? And you want to, nigga, shut up.
You're not understanding me. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying I should adhere to the stereotype. I'm saying break the stereotype. I'm not living to fulfill the stereotype.
I just told you how you break the stereotype by educating yourself and showing them motherfuckers who tell you that you can't be intelligent that you are. What are you talking about?
You're talking about one example, right? How do you get the group to do it?
One example.
The stereotype is the group.
And that's what
you're not.
Historically.
No, you haven't. Because the stereotype wouldn't be there if that was the case.
Oh my goodness, this nigga stupid as fuck. This that shit.
So you're telling me?
Here go another nigga that don't. Here go another nigga that don't know our history.
It has nothing to do with history.
And yes, it absolutely does. Because
no, it doesn't.
The stereotype existed during slavery, before slavery, and out of slavery, and through all those motherfucking instances.
We showed words. You sneeze, I guess.
Nah, I'm smoking.
Oh.
Through all these fucking instances, we showed them that we are not the so-called idiots that they tried to make us out to be. You idiot.
Those instances are not enough, obviously, because the stereotype is still there.
Idiot, Roy Checkers, you're an idiot.
No, you're not reasoning correctly.
You are an idiot.
No, reasoning correctly.
You are an idiot. Hey, Willie,
if you're saying the stereotypes are broken, show me that they're broken.
The stereotypes are broken. Fuck.
You're telling me that the other races think that they're equal, that blacks are equal to them?
Are you
intellectually?
I'm better than a lot of these motherfuckers intellectually.
Wait a minute. Okay, so let's deal with statistics here for a second.
I know there are a lot of black people I know smarter than a lot of these whites and Asians. Just because they may be good at one skill, cool. They're good at that skill.
And that's what I was talking about. That's what builds the stereotype, right? So they're trained to do those. They're trained to do those skills specifically the way they are tested. That's why they score high. That is why they have more degrees, more higher level degrees. What? Like how many PhDs? If to look at all the PhDs, right? Which group has the most PhDs? Indians, and which group has the least?
Indians.
Are you sure?
We're not that low.
You mean Indians from India? You think they have the most?
Indians from India.
What degrees do they have? What do you mean?
Like doctor.
No, doctorates in what? In what specialty?
Medicine and shit like that.
So I would say medicine and technology, right? So they do excel at that, right? Compared to other groups. They even beat some of the Asians, as a matter of fact. So that is true. What about the Asians? What are they good at?
Whatever they choose to be at.
No, not whatever they choose to be good at.
Math, they can be good at science, they can be good at karate.
So they're probably good at coding. Math and coding are probably what they're trained to be the most.
Like you. I'm not gonna stereotype them like you.
That's what they're being trained to. If you look at their educational curriculum, you see this is the case. That's not a stereotype. That's not a stereotype. It may have started out as a stereotype, but their curriculum reflects it. And their curriculum reflects the stereotype. It's not like I'm making it up.
You're stereotyping them.
And of course, there's you could say it's a stereotype now, but the curriculum supports it. What? And they excel more than the others, right? So what do the whites do? What do they excel at?
Whatever they choose to excel at.
No, because they can't do everything, because we already went through the Indians have the medicine and the technology, right?
You also have white doctors.
Yeah, but they don't have as many. How many compared to the Indians? How many do they have?
Doctors. They have a lot of white doctors. They have a lot of black doctors, African doctors, Asian doctors.
Right. So the numbers. Tell me the numbers. If everybody in this group have a PhD, do they have the same numbers?
I don't know the numbers.
That's where it comes in. That's where it comes in. Education.
You want the numbers? You go find the numbers.
It has nothing to do with going to find the numbers. What I'm telling you is that training allows them to do that specifically. That's what they're trained to do.
Again,
stereotyping
people.
That's not stereotyping. That's what they're literally doing. They're not going into, like, let's say, poetry. They're not picking chemistry necessarily. They're picking specific fields.
How do you
Excel at
know?
those fields.
You stereotyping the shit out of these folks.
No, it's not a stereotype. It's not really a stereotype. It's a curriculum. And they're training the students to be that, whether they like it or not.
A stereotype.
That's not a stereotype. It's a curriculum at work.
Stereotype.
That's a curriculum at work, right? If you go to Russia, they have literal schools to teach you how to play chess at like elementary school and all through middle school and all through high school. Like it's part of their culture. They're gonna like a standard Russia is good at chess because they're trained to be good at chess.
Literally built their education off of poetry, but he said this.
Who? Would you
the Chinese?
What?
What?
They built their education off of poetry. What are you talking about? Back in the day, like 1,000 years ago?
What?
No,
you're
just
telling me
recently.
if we're looking at the best poets in the world, we're gonna find Chinese. How many?
No. What? This nigga stupid.
So if we're talking about the elites of the elites, are they gonna be Chinese there? How many?
What are you talking about? Are you this
What do you
slow?
mean? What am I talking about? You don't understand English?
Yes, I do. But the
No, you
question
don't.
has nothing to do with what was just stated about them using Chinese to build their educational system off of. You fucking dillwad.
It does. You just didn't understand me. Because
Wow.
like I said, it's again, they're not known for excelling at poetry.
Hell, do we have
So
to keep
you're
going?
telling me 1 or 2 or 1,000 of them are good. There's like 1 million or not. There are 1 million of them that are training in math. There's 1 million of them, over 1 million probably doing that, as opposed to poetry or chemistry or biology. They're known for that. They're not known for everything.
Wild.
Or anthropology. Why aren't they on the top of the fields of anthropology? How come they're not doing that? How come Indians are not doing that? Because that's not what they're trained for.
Indians doing anthropology. You're just not familiar with them.
No. I'm not saying that nobody in India studies anthropology. I'm saying that's not their main goal in education in the country. That's not the main topic. That when they go to school for the top
Hey,
3
Roy,
fields.
I be trying to say these idiots. I be doing my best. They just want to be idiots. I don't know what to tell y'all. And Roy
I'm not
Check has
an
been
idiot.
since we've been knowing this idiot.
Hey, what's up, y'all? What's up? I got a question, Roy. What curriculum are you speaking of? Like, is it a cultural curriculum you're talking about?
Yes, in this particular case, I was talking about a cultural curriculum, but Sabio here didn't get it.
Oh, I got it.
No, you didn't.
I totally did.
No, you didn't. You wouldn't
Yes.
say the stupid things you said.
Wait,
Because
before we go down to name calling, because it could go left. So, what is your opinion on the stereotype relative to Black people?
so
Is it true?
I think that other races will see it as true. I don't think
I
it's
didn't
true.
ask
No.
about other races. I asked you.
No, I don't think it's true. I don't think it's true because
Then something changed. Then, right? If you
No.
see it different, if
No,
you
it's
see
not-
it, or
not
is
that I
that
see
your
it different.
exposure to Black people?
no, it's not that I see it different. I understand why Black people don't score as high. So
Wait,
I
but you just
understand
told me
how
you
it
just
works.
told me that the stereotype doesn't fit. You just said it.
No. That's when I said the stereotype doesn't fit. I was telling you, hold on. I think you're changing the context here.
No,
You don't
I'm
know.
changing the context for a reason because it's like you're taking the position of what others see. I'm asking what you see. And if you see something different, then why do you see something different? That's where I'm getting.
So the reason why I see something different is because I understand the tactic that's being used to make it to have the results that Blacks are at the bottom. Once I
So there's a
understand that-
tactic. So you've
Yes.
just admitted that you see that there's a tactic. So why are you coming
Yeah.
at Black people about what other people see about them, knowing there's a tactic to put them in that box? Where's the real concern for the impressive actions of others to put black people in that box? I'm again, I'm going a little deeper than just your opinion right now, because you're telling me you see something different and you know there's something going on, but yet you come back to the people that you're saying are being targeted for this stereotype. Why are you coming at the people who are under that sort of duress?
I'm not coming. I don't. What do you mean by coming at them? I'm not trying to insult.
You're asking black people, hey, you need to change. Well, you just told me that there's like this agenda that you see happening, and you're telling me I gotta match up. I gotta worry about what other people think of me, knowing that there's this agenda that you speak of. I'm not speaking of it. I'm going by your words, so I'm not putting words in your mouth.
So when I say that you have to break the stereotype, I'm saying that you have to change, right? So there are people that are miseducating other black people to this day, and especially on panels sometimes, where on YouTube in general, where they're spreading misinformation, and then you have another group of people who are black, happen to be, and they're spreading it further.
So let's bring that into the conversation then. Let's also include things that are out of black people's control that they're being affected by, right? Because that's part of the puzzle here, right? That's a piece. I don't know how big of a piece it is, but it's still a piece. It's not just black people need to get your shit together. It's not just that.
No. I'm not. I never meant that, right? I didn't say that. I'm saying
I know you didn't say it. I'm overemphasizing, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
So I'm trying to find ways to make an improvement. That's why I asked Dev about the education thing. Like, how far are we going back? Are we starting with the foundation of when we were little to we become adults? I think that's where the conversation should start, because how we're taught and the curriculum and where we're going, what schools we go to, make the difference in quality.
What?
So it's not like every school is teaching you the same thing. You do understand that, right? Every school is not teaching you everything the exact same thing. That some schools will teach you more, some schools will teach you less. So some schools have a higher quality of education.
Higher quality of education, okay.
And the information that they give the students, right?
Okay.
So that's included, right? So we would have to improve the elementary education, especially if you're talking about black schools, right? If you're talking, predominantly black schools, the curriculums need to be improved.
So what is
from what they are?
So what is the KIPP Academy in St. Louis, Missouri been doing? Have you ever heard of the KIPP Academy?
No.
Look into it. This is for all black. This is the all black academy for black students, and they raised the educational level in St. Louis. St. Louis is one of the lowest performing schools in the nation, but because of KIPP, young black children been going to college because of KIPP.
Right? Is it among the top schools in the country?
I don't know. I know it's a charter school.
Right. So you could have success, but you're still not successful enough.
Does it have to be among the top schools?
Yeah. What does that mean? Like, it has to be what? Like,
so
the number one school?
No, but you have to be competitive, right? So you don't have to be the number one, but you can't be number 500. You can't be number 300. You should be in the top 20.
Why not?
What do you mean? Why not?
Even though you feel like a group of people is behind, you expect them to be in the top such and such. Like, I mean, we got to talk time frame here too. Like, if you already know that there is some level of issue with the educational system in a specific community, are you saying unless they're in that top tier?
No, I'm not saying that they're not successful or they're not smart because they're not in the top tier. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the training is not up to standard or high enough. So higher quality is going to get you the results. It's not about repetition per se. It's the higher knowledge, higher explanation and understanding. So it's not just going over the material, right? You have to actually understand the material as opposed to memorizing it, which is what a lot of us do.
So
understanding versus memorizing. Is this cultural? Are we still speaking culturally?
Well, it's somewhat, yes. There's still some cultural thing there too.
Hold on, Roy Chess. Hold on, because now you're talking about steps in education. And at the elementary and junior high level, rote learning, ROTE learning, you can look that up. That's exactly what you're talking about. Memorization, that is what the brain can handle. Critical thinking is developed later. Yes, you can have essays and things written and papers written, and that's to help you learn how to do what? Put abstract thoughts and concepts together. But
yeah, but that's not really
going into the higher concepts and fully understanding some things like evolution in the 6th grade. You have to have like a very advanced head start. So,
well, saying those other groups have a head start.
No, they don't.
Yes, they
no,
do.
they don't. Because
Yes,
I've talked to some white people and they sound exhausted as you on evolution, nigga. I've talked to some grown ass white men older than me, and they've said they don't understand how life can start from nothing. What? Grown ass Asian. I don't only talk to black people on this because I want to see what other people think on these topics.
So you told them that life started with nothing?
No, they didn't. That's what they told me.
No, what do you? You came in broken. Did you say yes or no to that? I don't know what.
No, I did not tell them life started from nothing. That's what they told me.
Oh.
The majority of them don't even accept evolution. A lot of them don't accept evolution. The common folk.
And are these like countrymen, like farmers and stuff like that?
These are everyday working, hustling, 9 to 5 people.
What they live in a city or they live in a suburb, like in the sticks?
It doesn't matter where they live. They might live in the suburbs.
Oh, it matters.
That's gonna make a difference whether they live in a city or not.
No.
Sometimes yes.
No.
Sometimes yes. How they get the information is going to determine where they live. Right. So in the city, you're going to get the information faster, a whole lot faster than if you live in the sticks.
So watch this. The one thing that I've done, and I was glad that I was able to do this, is I go to school with white people and all different races in California. And this shit that you talking about them being smarter than us is a myth, nigga.
Wait a minute. I never said they were smarter than us, bro. That's the stereotype. I never said that. That's been the stereotype.
Stereotype that you've been
up here. You said us. Are you saying you're black, Roy?
Woo! Yes, I'm black. Oh Lord. That's
yes,
crazy.
I'm black. What do you think? I'm white?
I don't know. I don't know. You want me to use stereotypes? I don't know, bro.
Oh man.
Hey, I did it. You gonna be able to hold on, Roy. I did. You gonna be able to load the fuck books audio clip on the Zayax StreamYard?
Yeah, I don't have I don't think I have control
the loader. Okay, yeah, I give him we'll probably have to do it on whenever Psycho done tomorrow. So.
Yeah, I don't have controls.
What do you think about that, Roy Chess? What do you think about that?
You're gonna have to repeat the question, Sabio. I didn't hear the question.
What do you think about a grown man earlier today saying fuck books?
what was the context? That's my first thought. Like he didn't just say he just randomly said that. What was the context?
The context
why did
was
he say that?
asking him why didn't he go back to college.
I don't know that.
He asked if he's going to go back to college, and he said, "I don't."
No, not even that. Not even that. We were informed that he never finished the 11th grade, and I simply asked, not only if, but when. Like, is it going to be next month, or you know what I'm saying? I was really on some just knock it out real quick, and my response was, "Fuck books."
That's what he said. So is he one of those? Is he one of those? Well, I got enough money.
Actually, what he actually said was,
"I don't care about no damn book."
That's what he said.
Oh, so is it about money for him? Like, I got enough money, I'm making money, that type of thing? Because that's usually the context that usually proceeds, especially if it's a hood dude.
He did kind of say like he's living okay, like he got a good life, I guess.
If he was broke,
he's not homeless. Yeah.
So being a functional illiterate.
So usually that's common, right? So if he's making above average money, that's why he said that, right?
So Roy Chess. So being a functional illiterate is okay?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the mentality that some brothers have is if this dude is making, let's say, 120,000 hypothetically, right? He can say,
he's in Atlanta, Georgia. He's not making 120 bands.
No, I know. I know. I'm just saying that's the mentality, right? So if he had X amount of dollars that could live, he could live 10 times over, he's not going to go to school. What do you need school for? He's got what he wants with the money.
I was making 100. One thing I would do is I would further educate myself.
Yeah, but everybody doesn't have that drive, right? If he was broke, if he was really, really broke, if he was making 40,000, he probably would need to say, I need to get back into books so I can get some more money, right? So he said
he never looked at that as important enough to fix since he was in the 11th grade. So if having a high school diploma is not a priority when you're 21, it's not going to be a priority at 25, 30. I don't know how old he was.
Right. So but again, he's still making above average living for him to say.
I don't know if that's true. That does not necessarily mean he's saying above average. He's in Atlanta, Georgia. He don't need to make no 120 bands to live comfortable. Shit, he could be bringing in like 30 in Atlanta. As long as he got his goddamn mortgage and cell phone bill paid.
My fault, Dev. I hate to interrupt, and because y'all done moved on, and I don't know if it's just because like we so used to hearing bullshit all the time that certain. But this nigga Roy Chess definitely just said, "Of course I'm black. I have a felony record."
Anybody
else hear that shit?
I tried to let it slide.
Did anybody else hear? I'm telling you, bro. I'm not letting shit. I told niggas last year, I'm not letting shit slide.
I don't have a felony record, by the way.
Roy Chess, that makes you sound more like a white man, bro. That makes you sound more like a white man talking about, of course, I'm black. I got a felony. The fuck does that mean?
That's a stereotype, man. That's why I said it.
But bro, here's the thing: when you talk about stereotypes, when you say that black people must not be showing something because stereotypes persist, it assumes that stereotypes are based on reality. They are not. So stereotypes persist even after the perception has been undermined. Right. That's why you have when the stereotype is undermined, what happens is niggas just turn around and be like, oh, well, they different. You know what I'm saying? Or they just they the ones that made it type shit. Right. So it's like even examples, and this is what you call black pathology. It's pathology in the context of social justice is when you only use a negative example to describe a particular people, right? And so it doesn't matter if they do things to show you that the stereotype isn't true. Since you believe something to be true about a group of people as a whole, those instances are just aberrations. They're not the actual. They're not the actual truth of the matter. The actual truth of the matter is the stereotype. Like and
Nigga,
it doesn't.
fellas,
And so yeah, they're not to be repetitive, but when you make the argument that well they still believe it, so we must not be doing what we're supposed to do, it obfuscates where these type of stereotypes come from, like the heart of them, not reality, but just the belief about a certain people.
are you
Well, the
That's
undermining is
kind of
not
where
enough.
I was trying to reach on. Like, why are you coming back to the people that you're saying clearly the stereotype that you said doesn't match? You're coming back to those people saying they need to get their shit together.
No,
Like
what I'm
that
saying,
didn't make sense to me.
I'm
Like
not
you,
blaming. No, I'm blaming the people. I'm blaming the curriculum. I'm not blaming the students for not being able to pass an exam. I'm blaming.
you were talking about cultural curriculums. You're talking
Yes,
about curriculum in the Black community. How is
yes.
that not saying it's them? How
No,
is
no,
that
no.
not saying that?
The people who create that curriculum don't have to be Black. Number one, right?
shit?
Well, when you're talking culturally, and you see, yeah, you go ahead. I'm gonna let you rock. Go ahead.
Right. So I don't think that I don't think it's the Black educators that are making the curriculum in most cases. So that's why it's lacking already. So it is designed to lack. That's why the stereotype fits, because it was designed to fail. Right. So if you understand what I'm saying, I'm not saying it's
Right, but
the
that's
people's fault.
tautological though. Like when you say the stereotype fits because it was designed to fit, then it's not a question of whether or not the stereotype fits. It's more of stereotypes are enforced. So when you say, so it's not a question of the curriculum. The lack of the curriculum is a result of the enforced stereotype, not the other way around.
Well,
Which is
if you
why I'm asking why does it sound like you're saying, like, maybe I'm hearing it wrong. I don't know, but it just sounds like, you know, if the narrative is created that I didn't create, why are you coming to me about making it right? I didn't create that narrative.
Well, I'm not saying. Well, in your case, you're an educated person, so I can say something to you because you have an education that a curriculum should be a certain way. Whereas if I were to say that to somebody who's not educated, they're not going to understand the same way, right? Yeah. So the things that you could observe in a class, and you know the teacher could have said this or that, and they're not doing that, you can add to that curriculum, right? So saying is there's not enough Overwatch. So in order to improve, you would need Overwatch, yes, because the curriculum is not equal to everywhere else.
Well, again, though, right? Because like if you recognize that these things are enforced, then you also recognize that it's not even a question of oversight or Overwatch. It's a question. It's literal. It's a question of like. I guess the best way to phrase it is like opportunity hoarding, right? Like the opportunity of the types of or to learn the types of physics and shit that you're talking about. It's just those opportunities are denied. Not necessarily that they're there and they're not just being taken advantage of, but that there's an active process to keep those things away from really the masses. To be honest, like we don't have a culture like yeah, thank you. We don't have a overall culture that encourages it, let alone with just you know what I'm saying, black folk.
Man.
Well, yeah, that's why I mentioned culture, because the other cultures have their on the side stuff. So they go to the same school as you and I go to, or they can go, and they get the extra stuff that they don't invite us to, right? We don't even know that they're going to extra classes and extra study groups, and they're being led by people with PhDs and master's degrees.
Now you're talking about,
you're in, let's say, 5th grade. You're learning somebody with a bachelor's degree, and these guys are going from school to someone with a PhD or a master's in their own group, and they're learning way more concepts. They're getting a higher number of concepts than you, right?
No, I mean, but to be honest though, that's not just unique to that's not just a black thing. That's an American thing. Like, so when you talk about our stereotypes, like the stereotype of Americans in general is anti-intellectual, anti-education. So it's like, I mean, when you look at like education numbers as a whole in the United States. So I mean, the point that you're making about the Chinese and the Japanese may be true in the context of their exposure and their cultural curriculum, but the cultural curriculum that you're trying to make unique to Black people is actually the standard in the United States. You know what I'm saying? Like
I'm trying to
education
make
is
it
not
standard.
something.
I'm
But
trying to
but
make
I'm
it standard. Yeah,
no.
we're not equal.
But correct me if I'm wrong. When you were talking about a stereotype, you was talking about stereotypes of Black people, right?
Yeah, and others. I didn't just mention Blacks. I mentioned others too. But I mentioned the negative stereotype of Blacks, right? And I wanted to move away from that.
But that's what I'm saying. White people are dumb, bro. Like white
No,
people are dumb.
I agree with that. I agree with that. But they still have numbers on their side with PhD.
Numbers, but that don't make them any less dumb. So like if white people got a stereotype that Black people are dumb, if we the reality is, for example, because as much as you're talking about Asians in the United States, one of the groups that hold the largest amount of degrees are Black women.
Yeah. I'm not knocking anybody. I'm not trying to knock it. Like my whole thing is
I'm not even saying that you are, but there are certain assumptions in the conversation that some of the points you're making depend on that lean on knocking certain groups, right?
Yeah,
so
that's what I can't get out of that pocket, man.
Yeah, it's not necessarily what you're saying.
It.
It's not what you're saying explicitly. It's what's implicit in what you're saying that I'm pushing back on.
Now I understand what. So I need you to spell it out for me so that I can. So thank you for that, Damo. Because if there are underlying assumptions that I don't know about, then that's why I'm not addressing it, because I'm not aware of it. You bring it out and then we can discuss it.
Yeah, no. So that's what I was saying about the stereotypes. Like stereotypes will persist even when in reality they're not true. Right? Even when you could show more examples of the contrary, those stereotypes will still maintain. You know what I mean? So like that was what essentially what my pushback was. Because it's like no matter how many Black STEM programs there are, no matter how many inner city, you know what I'm saying, like magnets, like science magnets and engineering magnets, that are filled with Black kids, they still gonna be like, nah, they ain't doing nothing, they ain't learning nothing, they ain't doing shit.
Niggas can't do shit.
Yeah,
that's what I've been trying to tell him the whole time. Though.
No, so my point, my pushback is that you need to increase the number of instances.
Look,
so it's not enough. So when I said it's not enough,
what instances?
So the
success. Hold on, Metal. What did I say, Metal? Because I'm about to be in the chat. Somebody gotta take my ass back to work. But what did I say that was wild? Yeah, I didn't even think I went that crazy on that one.
Oh, I thought he was talking about Roy.
Yeah, I thought he was talking about Roy too.
Oh, okay.
Nah, I'm talking about Metal.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
My mentor. Yeah. Oh, he was talking about. My fault.
Not you.
my fault, Metal. My fault. You know how it go though. I ain't wrong for assuming. Shit.
Yeah, that was one wild stream right there, boy. Had some first timers. What's up, Q? Yeah, you can have my email spot if you got nobody to give it up while we got a chance. I don't know. I don't even know if Q even heard it. The fuck books club. I don't give a fuck about them books clubs.
Yeah, I'm keeping this one.
I don't care about no damn books.
Yeah, that's like this can be a legendary Hall of Fame right there.
Yeah, send it to me, Identity.
Domo want it. God damn. Yo. Yeah, he said it live on your panel, Q. And you missed it.
Yeah, you missed it.
I had to sit up here and take the shit. He stood on that shit, boy. He kept coming back. I like, damn. Oh, he will be identified at a very soon time, man. We'll have his screenshot, everything. Don't worry about it.
He wasn't the only one that's ever come up on the panel to do, right? There were other people besides that one individual, right?
Yeah, that was the second I don't give a fuck about reading comment that was made by 100% FBA supporter who stood on reading was damaging to the black community.
Wait a minute. So you mean this year, or you mean all in all?
No, today, in the last 4 fucking hours. 2 grown black men.
Wait, 2 of them? Wait a minute. I thought it was 2.
That was the second one. What you heard?
Wait a minute. What?
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 of them?
There's 2 of them, Roy, and they might have felonies.
I'm in the chat, I think.
Wait, you confused me because I thought it was only 1. There's 2.
They're in packs. They come in packs. They're in packs. They met up.
24 hours? Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh, man. They were at the same time. They were at the same time or no?
No, they were like 6 hours apart. They didn't know it. They don't know each other.
They don't know each other. Oh man. Oh wow.
Yep.
Wow. I thought it was the same person.
Nah. Well, I think Sylvia got.
Yo, didn't a few years ago or sometime like last year, mathematics say y'all read too much?
Yeah, he even came through.
So we done had a few people say reading is bad. Y'all read too much.
Well,
y'all
if you're reading out of context, I can understand that kind of statement being made if you're taking things out of context. But reading in general shouldn't be bad in itself. It's only when you're reading out of context.
Roy Checkers, there's not too many of us that reads out of context.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you might.
Everybody does. Eventually, we all do. We're not perfect. Nobody here is a perfect reader. But you know, there are people who still debate the Constitution, right? Right. So it's not like it's an absolute context for the Constitution of the United States. It's still debated what certain rights are, what human rights are. What? Certain things are always debated. The Bible is always debated.
Bible?
So it's not like
no.
There's other books. Sorry, I'm mentioning the Bible, but I could have said Huckleberry Finn, Moby Dick. I could have said a bunch of other things. Pause. I'm talking about the whale. So I could have picked any fictional book, and those books are still read and talked about. Right. So it's very hard to come up with an absolute.
So because books are talked about, that doesn't mean the context of those books change because people have different interpretations.
No, that means there are multiple contexts, right?
No, that means
yes, it does.
The context of the book about the whale is about what?
Society,
whale, right?
Society.
No, the whale is symbolic for society. Right, that's a popular interpretation, right? The whale is not literally a whale. In the book, it's a figurative, it's a figure book. It's not meant to be a literal book.
What? Or is that what you interpret?
From what I recall in my educational classes, that there was a deeper meaning behind that animal. It wasn't just the animal; it was society. Right, it was a reflection of how certain individuals come up in a society and how the society treats them. Right, so a lot of things are hidden in books. So when someone says something like reading is stupid or whatever, context matters.
I don't remember going over that one in that book.
Well, you can look it up. It's not like I made it up. That's what the teacher told me.
He has to look up Moby Dick. I mean, that book title.
So he could look it up. I'm not saying he has to. He could look it up. I didn't make it up. I recall that was the lesson. That was part of the lesson. That it's not just a literal book. That there's a metaphorical meaning to it.
All right, I definitely want to go
to it. But that's just one book, right? There's other books you could do the same thing to. Huckleberry Finn, Tom Sawyer, whatever book you want. It's not like everybody's going to agree on everything. That's why I brought up the Bible, because that's highly debated still, right? This person has that interpretation, that person has another interpretation, this person has another interpretation. It gets frustrating. Shakespeare's sonnets are highly debatable, still to this day. So to say that you read it and that you're well read doesn't really necessarily mean that you understand what you're reading. Hopefully it implies that, but it doesn't always. So if people are reading and not thinking and reasoning properly, then that statement, reading is whatever the guy said, might hold some weight. I don't know what the guy said.
He said he don't care about them damn books, even if it means getting a job.
Even if it's getting a job, that's crazy.
Yeah. You gotta have a GED or something to say, okay, boom, we got your benefits. Start you off at $28 an hour. Weekends off with your family.
Oh, so he's just.
Yeah. He said, "Fuck it." He's not going. He said, "Fuck that." I don't give a damn about them books, and I'll make it. Even if I gotta kill myself to get it done through labor.
Oh, see, that's a dude falling into the stereotype. Oh my God.
I'm not so sure about the motivation to not want to just finish it out while you're in the 11th grade. When I was in the 11th grade, I had a fucking bank account. I was filing taxes with the IR fucking S with a number 2 fucking pencil, mailing it in the old motherfucking fashion fucking way. When I was in the 11th grade, I didn't come sit through all that goddamn bullshit ass, bully ass school to go, and then all I got is one more motherfucking year to okay, boom, we out of here. If you want to go to college, you can break it up, come back, whatever. I was in the mode of making money. I started making money in the 10th grade, and I never stopped till now. That long ago. So I don't know what it is to not be able to know where your next goddamn dollar is coming from and shit. So when I was in the 11th grade, there was nothing that was more like the messing around. I had plenty of time to mess around. I'm the town superstar. I got access to any girl I want in the whole fucking county. In any day, 11th grade. So no, I didn't mess around. Get that shit out the way. Basic math. I've just never heard it.
Well, you had a drive probably. This guy doesn't sound like he has a drive, or I mean the other direction. Because I said before that maybe he makes a lot of money. Maybe he's a broke dude and he's just looking for the basic welfare, the unemployment checks and all this other stuff just to get by. Because that could be another.
I think he's doing. I think he's doing something in landscaping. Yeah, he's not just sitting in the west. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So landscaping depends on where you are.
Yeah, he in Atlanta.
You can make some money then, right? So he
He probably going through at least a band and expenses a week.
Yeah, whatever. He's got money. That's why he said that. Because I can see the opposite also, that he's just getting by from check to check But
you need to read instructions in order to get the next job contracts. I don't get the reading part of it.
No, he's talking about
It's
word of
not
mouth.
adding up at all. Nothing's adding up. I need to, matter of fact, I need to know more how to read later in my life than I do when I was younger.
It'll haunt him later. But right now he's working off of word of mouth, it sounds like. Networking. Right? Somebody with 10 other people.
There's something else missing.
Yeah, but if that money stops, he's gonna need to learn to read. Once that money stops, he's gonna.
In America, when the money stops, you have to learn how to read. I don't think so.
No, I'm saying you should
I
do it
don't think
before
so,
that.
and
But
it
I'm just
doesn't,
saying.
and it doesn't lead into academic learning. So the whole theory you was proposing about reading out of context is null and void, because when the money is gone, and you can see this historically, people turn to escapism, and the first form and the phenomenon measurement that you see is literary escapism, and
Does more money make you more intelligent?
this is the decline of academia. So I just wanted to pose this question before I clock in: is this question being presented broader than just the Black community and just a part of American culture?
Society?
The I can't see the full title anymore, Dev.
Yeah.
So I know it's in context of the lack of education in Black community,
Mm.
but I would argue there's sub.
Whose fault is it that the Black community is subpar?
I would say the lack of funding and
Funding the government.
the systematic roadblocks we've hit, because we was once upon a time thriving in regards of academics, but American culture presented itself as the money matters more than the education. In fact, and this isn't a shot at any individual, but how many of us are taught the only reason you get an education is so you can get a good job, good money?
You came in broken.
So
I missed the last.
when you find
Hey,
those loopholes to it,
Can you say
i.e.,
that again? I didn't hear all of it. You
in
came in broken.
I don't know what came out broken, but
Yeah.
In American culture, majority of the populace teach you get an education to get a good job, and that creates a dilemma, because if I can get to the money without the education, I'm smarter than you. I figured out a way.
Say that's only in certain communities. That's not taught in the
That's
elite
no. When
classes.
you look at America on a
They
whole,
don't get an education to get a
are
job.
you going to sit back and say more people are not choosing to be pro athletes because of the income versus a school teacher in the
Well,
United
when you talk about
States? Are you not
minorities,
saying the desire to be an entertainer because of the fame and the wealth it presents one individual is not desired more than being a school teacher or a scholar?
for minorities, that may be the case. Yes, it seems to be the
Are you
case.
serious about that? You
Yeah.
really believe that?
No, like, do I think it's a good idea? No, but is that actual what we see? Yeah.
Do you really think that historically, if we look at it, you're not going to see that represented in other communities and numbers fall?
I don't know if the numbers are going to be greater than the minorities, right? How many whites are doing that? Right. Like the minorities, I think outnumber everybody. Specifically the Black and Latinos. They probably outnumber everybody who's doing that, which you described, at least in America. I don't know about
I
everywhere
would
else.
argue that you would see education more than the majority.
So you broke out again. So
I got to go. If y'all can hear me, I would argue that you opposite. You would see us with a higher demand for education. Hey, Dev, I got to clock in, but I'm going to try to listen.
yeah, you came in broken some seconds
Okay,
you were
man.
good, and then a few seconds after that it goes bad.
No, that's your system. That's your system. He was clear all the way through.
Oh, it's my system. Okay.
Yeah, we
I
can
didn't.
clip
Like,
it.
so
Yeah, we
I
can play
missed
it
some
back.
of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was trying to hear what he was trying to say, but I missed some of the.
Yeah, you got a bandwidth issue or some antivirus. Something's loading on your computer.
No, not right now. No. No.
Okay. Well, everybody else said they heard him clear, so he didn't go out at all.
Not at all. So he
No.
went in and out for me.
Yeah.
So I would hear him for like 3 seconds, and you go out, and then you come back, and then you go out again. So I thought he was saying something interesting, but I didn't get to hear all of it, unfortunately. But it sounded like that last part he was talking about back in the day. I don't know. I think he's comparing back in the day to now. So I would guess that's what he meant.
He's saying there's a higher demand. No, there's a higher demand for I guess more technical fields and stuff that you was talking about. But there are also fields that weren't even fields back in the 80s, even 90s, even get into these AI jobs. So it's all got to be in context, like you said earlier.
So do you believe all education is the same, Dev? Like, for example, if you go to Harvard and let's say Sabio goes to Yale, are y'all getting the same education, do you think? Or is it close enough?
Yeah, y'all getting Ivy League, yeah.
Okay, so if you go to an Ivy League and, Sabio goes to Kentucky University, which is, I don't think that's Ivy League. So are you getting the same education there?
No.
So one set of students is probably going to be better than
better.
The other? Yeah. As far as
and
we'll
know somebody's better when
you ask them the same question and one knows the answer and the other one doesn't.
So if they don't know the answer, that means it's something wrong with their school?
It could be, yes. It means that they didn't cover that material.
Cover.
Right.
But they are based in a rural area, and it may be manufacturing or tech or something industrial related. That's also paying 180 as opposed to some software developer in Silicon Valley who's also paying 180 in California City, like you said, some financial firm. So I don't know what the better is. If you're saying it's a number, then that makes it even more complicated.
No, I'm not saying the better is necessarily the salary. I'm saying the better education, the quality of the education is better in one case than the other. So if you go to an Ivy League and he goes to a non-Ivy League, the quality of your understanding of some concepts that he may not even learn, he might learn them or he might not learn them, is higher.
So you automatically associate Ivy League schools as the best, or
no.
What's better than Ivy League school?
No, I'm not making that argument actually, right? So that again is a stereotype, right? So one of the things that make them that name is important, right? So that goes to the stereotype that they want their
British
graduates.
That's Scottish.
They want their graduates to do well and succeed and have a high percentage of success out in the real world. So that's why people. Yeah, so that's why people want to go to those particular schools because they get preference, right? You may get a job over at Sabio because your degree is from Ivy League and his is not, right? And you could have the same knowledge, same everything, but you went to a better school, so you got the job. It's just that simple. So when I say better, what do you think I mean? right? I'm talking about the name, the reputation, the quality of education. There's other things in there, but that's what I mean by better, right? I'm not saying it's true, but it has some truth to it.
Yeah.
Right. So
And
that's why some schools cost way more, right? You can get a mathematics degree from somewhere else that's not as much as Yale, right? But are you learning the same things? Maybe you are, maybe you're not. But that degree has weight. That Yale or that Princeton, there's no denying that. I don't think anybody can deny that. So there's quality there. And that's, I think, makes the difference in education. And that's what I mean by curriculum. So if your curriculum is quality, you're going to get quality results. And in the Black community, unfortunately, we have to put the quality there. And how to do that is the question. I don't have the necessary answer, but I know it has to improve. You have to improve the curriculum. That's for sure.
Oh, man.
So reading that's going to be a tough one because, like I said, that the issue with that is the interpretation. If you're not dealing with absolutes, that's going to be a problem, right? Because you read something and I read something differently. My interpretation is different from yours. Maybe my interpretation is less practical, makes less sense, and people will go with yours over mine, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean you're always right, right? So, I mean, that's one of the things that if you wrap your mind, how do English professors grade papers, right? If you read Shakespeare, a play of Shakespeare, what is the metric for the English professor to grade your paper? It's not just the grammar, the content. How could he tell you that a concept is wrong? You ever think about that? How do they grade papers?
Oh yeah, my mom is an English teacher, so yeah. Calculation.
So what's the metric, right? So
Math.
No, so if I tell you, sonnet number 14 from Shakespeare is about fruits and apples, like that's definitely wrong.
Yeah.
How do
there's always gonna be a defined number of correct.
What the concept that the student introduces?
I was telling you about the grade. That's your constant.
What's going on, fellas?
Money. What's up?
Okay, what we got going on tonight?
Just the education system in the Black community. Whose fault is it? The parents?
It's the parents' fault. It's the parents' fault, man.
Why is it the parents' fault?
Because all right, well, I'm saying is we starting from right now at this very moment.
No, let's start with kids. Let's start with the foundation because I think that's where it should start.
Because the parents is dumb, and they parents was dumb, and they parents was dumb. Because when the people come that show you the way and or give you the information or the build as a nation, they don't want to build as a nation. They keep thinking they can do everything by themselves with just their immediate family and could care less about the next family. They don't understand the structure.
So are you saying that the parent not enough to even correct the student homework, the child's homework?
No, I'm saying that the parent was too dumb and they parents was too dumb to build the institutions or let the institutions that they had build fall to the wayside for government assistance. Is you following me?
Yeah. So a solution to me would be to, because I think this come up before, start something at home, right? You can educate them at home what they're not getting at the school. Is that an option or no? Or set up another place, right? Like a library or some other facility where you can meet students and go over
Education is, as far as the black community, from my perspective, education is not a competitive field that we compete in for people to even want to do it.
You're saying there's a lack of interest.
Yes, because the areas that education makes you competitive in, we're not competitive in.
So if you have, let's say, a son and you want him to be a scientist or something like that, would you gear him? Would you push him towards that, or does it matter what school he goes to? How do you move for me?
Like I don't know if are we talking individually or are we talking collectively?
Start with the individual first, and then we can multiply it. Yeah, we can multiply the individual to make it conceptual or contextual as you want. We can generalize from the individual, but we got to start some.
Okay.
I don't know if we can just go from the general right off rip. We have to start with some simple example.
Ask your question again, big guy.
So if you have, let's say, a son that you want to have an excellent education, he's, maybe you want him to be an engineer, right? Maybe, that's what your desire for him is. So you push him in that direction. What do you do for that?
See, that would always be, that's an easy when the child already has an interest in that, right? You can lead him in that direction. You can do all the research that needs to be done that lead them in that direction. If the individual has that interest, it's easy, right? Because they gonna gravitate to it. It's just a given.
Yeah, but don't you see the problem could be that there's gonna be a point where the child might surpass you? That if you're not into that as well, the child is gonna surpass you most likely in a matter of time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So all you can do is the yellow brick road as far as you can. I don't understand what you're saying. Like the process was what, going to COP, picking the school to go to.
Well, that's picking the school, and my point was the parents being involved with the homework that students are getting, because I think in the black communities that I'm familiar with, a lot of the times the parents can't do the schoolwork, right? So they could help the kids sometime, but then sometimes they're like, wow, man, you're doing this. And they don't have any idea how to solve the homework for the child because, maybe their education wasn't so good. Maybe they dropped out or whatever the case is. Maybe they're just rusty. So you don't think that's an issue?
No.
That the parents are not able to correct the child if they do the homework wrong?
I'm saying at a certain point, no. Up until a point, once you get to maybe high school, because a lot of parents probably only got high school diplomas. You know what I'm saying? So some of that becomes, how old does the person become responsible for their own education? You see what I'm saying? Well, you ain't talking about elementary school. It don't sound like.
No, it could be middle school. It could start at elementary school where you're guiding them and correcting the homework until you can't do it anymore. So the parents are going to be absent in that sense of the education, you know, because they can't even do the work.
I don't know. I don't know how you could be that. I mean, if it's people that slow, you know what I'm saying, that don't know how to pull out their smartphone and find the answer, then I don't know, man. They got an issue. You shouldn't be that slow. But when you dealing with a person that want what they want at a young age, they gonna go get it. they gonna go get it. There's no obstacle that's gonna stop that person. You don't just wake up one morning and say, "Oh, I want to be an engineer." Motherfucker been an engineer. That was his hobby when he was a kid. I mean, what some people do, I guess.
So how would you repeat this for other people? So that's just one individual. How do we repeat that?
You can't repeat a person's want. You can't repeat a person's want, man. The same way that person want to go be an athlete is the same way that person wants to go be educated.
All right, but if we're talking about education for Black youth, you have to be able to repeat it. Otherwise, you're just talking individuals, right? You have to have some concept to apply to the whole. If you're talking about education for the Black youth.
So I'm saying everybody can't do the same thing, and everybody's not going to do the same thing. So I would say if you could find a person's interest at a very early age, like the athlete, you know which kid is going to be intelligent enough to be educated. Probably.
Yeah, but that's not. That sounds like you're leaving people behind, though, bro.
No.
So the smart ones are gonna the smart ones are gonna go on, and then the ones that are slower learning. What about them?
You gotta go get a job, man.
Education. That's what I'm saying.
You gotta get one.
Get a job. What about the education? We're talking about education. You're talking about getting a job.
No, I'm saying, see that I ain't trying to be funny neither, though. Yes, go get a job. You have to go to UPS, bro. You gotta. Everybody can't. That's what I'm saying. Like everybody can't do the same thing, bro.
If everybody's not an A student, you get a job.
Life is supposed to be equal. We're supposed to have equal societies.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there should be something common that you can
see. That's where you
raise the group.
This is what I'm saying, bro. If you're talking about the one guy that can become an engineer, he builds dams and stuff, like he designs and whatever. You have to be now. You can't just be what he does. You have to go. Somebody got to go get the rocks, man.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
And that's not a shot to the person that got to go get the rocks. That's just what he has to do because his mental capacity he's not smart enough to build dams. That's okay.
Not there are other fields. There are other fields in education other than engineering. Maybe poetry,
All right, you
want to be chemistry. Maybe
my man don't know how music. He don't know how to spell. His rhymes ain't right. People don't like my man's poetry. So somebody got to make the paper. Somebody got to make the pencils. Everybody can't. You know what I'm saying? I can't. That's why if you can find someone's interest young, then you can go ahead and start to mold that individually. If you're talking about the individual.
Yeah, you can rent out a banquet hall maybe on the first Saturday or Sunday night and have like interactive laser tag or something like that for physical fitness training. Some sign up here to go get in this course. There's a lot of STEM packages. We're giving out money for that program though.
Right.
Be on the list for MIT, shit like that. Y'all talking about names.
Yeah, I remember. Hey, Art. That's Arkansas, right? Devastating. That's you, right?
Yeah,
Okay. You was just saying this STEM. I can recall when we used to go to the store and get them little them cars. You can put the car together all the way from scratch and shit.
yeah,
That's like STEM, right? That would be like what y'all doing STEM,
yeah.
making the little models and stuff. Yeah. So, but see, you you knew who was the person that was really good at that was the one that was their hobby. That's what they like to do. They want to go work in those fields and shit. But you knew that from a young age who was gonna go do that. Oh, brother disappeared.
Yeah, I surrounded myself with a lot of electronics. I had surround sound TV by the time Michael Jackson did 1983.
Damn.
Yeah, straight like that.
You was putting them together yourself.
Yeah, I was literally had the radio speakers hooked up to the radio, hooked up to the TV, and it wasn't no left and right on the TV either.
Mm-hmm.
But I also had access to studio equipment at the age of 15, 10th grade too. It was all over after that. Hell, Armageddon couldn't keep me out of electronics after that. The first time I saw the word a computer in everybody's house, that might have been 1991.
Damn.
Yeah. It ain't taking that long to do it. You got a cell phone, every single body hand in North America.
How soon before everybody has an AI assistant?
AI. What do you mean?
You know, an AI assistant, right? You got some chat. You got those chat bots that you could download an app and
like, what do you need that would be used to do what?
To look up stuff, ask it questions.
Oh, you got your phone now already? Yeah, 2006.
Yeah, but I don't know if everybody has one. Like, it's probably not.
Oh yeah, everybody has a phone now. Yeah.
No, a phone, yeah, but I don't know if they have the AI. I don't know if everybody's up to speed on that.
They can. Yeah, they can turn it into one if they want. It's on off.
Yeah.
You can turn your phone to fully. You ain't gotta never touch it ever again, or you can just keep it halfway. Browser, whatever. So, I mean, to answer your question, I mean, we way past that.
Now, I don't know if everybody has it on their phone right now. You can download it. I'm saying you already have it, not that you have to go get it.
If you got live Google Maps, if you got live Google Maps on your phone, you got it.
Oh, you're saying through the browser. You're saying through the browser, I think. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you ain't got it, yeah. So yeah, we're way past trusting instruments and machines for everyday decisions. Look how long we've been trusting the traffic light. The other light is not going to turn red before this one turns green in order to save an accident. So once you translate that into, sure, I'll put my bank information on this unsecured device.
That's for the sake of ease. So you don't have to pull out your ATM, your wallet, your bank card. I think they have it now. You could just your card could be in your wallet. You don't even have to take it out. You could just tap your wallet. I've seen somebody do that.
Yeah, they got everything hooked up. They know if nothing else, you don't even have to have no motherfucking keys. You are going to have a cell phone in your hand at this time of day. They literally counted on that. How long can they get you to keep your skin attached to the frame of the phone and do shit? So making money, spending money, obviously is the overall goal, but they've learned to layer where you don't necessarily have to put cash in order to still get paid on the other end. So that market wasn't even around 20 years ago, and you don't need a college degree to get that job. Just one example. But I get your education synopsis.
It would have to change, and one change I would definitely like to see is just to at least push the understanding part as much as the practical, because I hear a lot of people say, just the practical stuff. The stereotype for elites are not to go to school, get an education for a job. They're going to be leaders, right? They're trained that you're going to tell people what to do. You don't need to do the work, right? So how come, most Black panels are not saying that? Like we're training people instead of workers. We're training supervisors over here instead of workers.
Like you just said, everybody can't own the business. Who's going to buy? You got a bunch of business owners on one block. Where's your customer base?
Well, that's not stopping the elites.
Is that what? So we need to be elite?
No. I'm not saying we need to be elite. What I'm saying
I don't understand this equal society. Do you feel you have a right to be an elite person?
No.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
I think it's a setup. But again, if you adopt the same principle, the results should somewhat come out to be the same.
But I don't want to be an elite person either.
No, so again, elite. When I say elite, it means a certain mindset, right? So they're telling their kids that.
Really? I thought they had to have some money to go with that also. We should be elite. I don't want to be elite. I don't want no goddamn limo driver and a motherfucker getting my goddamn nah, man, I'm cool, man. I don't need all that. Butler and all this motherfucking monkey ass shit. No.
You don't need the 30 acres. You don't want the 30 acres, a mule, tractor, the white picket fence.
I'm not gonna cut grass. What am I supposed to do? Cut that with a push lawnmower? Who's gonna cut 30 acres? Me?
No,
No,
you're the
I don't
elite.
know. No, I don't want 30 acres. No, not by myself.
No,
Now you
you're
talking
the
about like
elite.
an
You get
estate?
workers.
Yeah. If you talking about like an estate or something, like, oh, this is a complex for, you know, uh, less privileged black children from the inner city. This is their weekend camp. Every fourth Saturday, there's some donation. They have dorms, inside, robotics type of STEM setup. Yeah, physical fitness. They got basketball courts with glass backboards, so it's quality with breakaway rims. Yeah, shit like that. That don't cost that a lot of money. The fun. So I would support something like that, as if keeping them in a more stricter environment.
That I think is to get them out of trouble, right? Give them something positive to do in the community instead of doing the reckless things.
Yeah.
Is that your intention there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I figured that was the case. Yeah. But then we have to go back to education again, because that's what most of their time is going to be, either that or what you described, if they're kids, right? If they're under 18.
Yeah.
So they're going to be in school or they're going to be doing some extracurricular activity like you described. But there's not enough of both of them, right? There's not enough extra help after school. There's not enough both of what you're describing. There's not enough of that. I know it exists, but how often does it exist? What communities have something like that? How many? It's not enough. You would have to replicate that.
Shit, all I can do is fucking put the plans together. Project manager or some shit. Still gotta get people to work it.
If you could show that it could be done, then other people can replicate it, right? So it's not just you alone. Other people can replicate it. Maybe they have more resources. Maybe they have equal resources. They still can replicate it. And they're not doing that.
They don't know it. They may not look at it as a priority, an alert. Like, we need to be, we need to have, or at least see if there's an opportunity to make our community more productive. So they may not know that there is an emergency or some sort of gap, like you said.
Yeah, so if they're made aware, would they necessarily act on it, or would you need to set up some kind of committee for that, some kind of community group or something? I mean, isn't that how the PAL? I don't know for a fact, but isn't that like the concept of the PAL when they used to have PALs all around?
I think so. But yeah, you would have to figure out what you're going to test. I don't know. Maybe give them some Hulu tickets or Amazon Prime. I don't know. Some sort of incentive program. Let them test it out. And then we'll know, okay, boom. Now this area over here, they don't really have an interest in like sporting equipment, outdoor sports, but they do have an interest in gaming or electronics. So we'll spend more funding for detailed technical field training kits for this district. In the other district, we'll be in contact with Rydell and Spalding and these companies that are already involved in programs to make sure they got brand new basketball backboards, glass backboards, breakaway rims, fresh nets. and other
La,
equipment.
so we still in La La Land?
Yeah, we love La La Land.
It's not real enough, Sabio. It's not real enough.
Real.
It got to be real hood for Sabio.
Yeah.
Hood.
Yeah. I still got all my gold medals for my intramurals.
I'm trying to figure out what is hood, because what I consider hood and what you consider hood will be totally different.
Yes, because I'm from a real city and you're from where?
Real.
Real
Yeah.
city. He's in the sticks somewhere, man.
Sticks.
Do they have electricity out there yet? Man, they're still lighting rooms with torches.
Oh, for real?
Did you know they were using oil for light in Arabia in the 700s?
In the 700s.
Yeah.
Oil light.
Like
yeah.
Iraq, Iran, yeah.
Oil lamp.
Persia, the Persian Empire, yeah.
Yeah, I may not have known that how far back it went, but that's interesting to know. I know the Americans did it, like the forefathers did it, the same thing, I think.
Oil.
Yeah, they had oil. Yeah, it was oil, definitely oil, and then they used animal fat and some stuff. They had some. They experimented with it, and oil lasted longer. Before they had oil, I know they were using animal fat and then some other substance with it. And they would light that for a couple of hours and then they would have to keep refilling it. If my memory is correct. That's what the early Americans did. So I don't know the origin of who used oil first, but that's interesting to know.
Yeah, it wasn't refined, so I guess the viscosity, it was more stable.
So how much Stoic philosophy do you know, Mr. Philosophy?
You said Stoic?
Yeah.
Actually, very little, not too much. That wasn't my thing.
No mas. This nigga talk about being a philosopher.
AAU and TYFA. What's TYFA? Press. Yeah, I seen a queue a minute ago. I think try logging in on the computer. Oh.
So, Dev, do you think that part of the education problem for at least Black youth is the parents are not up to speed with the work that the students bring home? Does that seem to be a problem, or does that seem to be non-existent in your opinion?
No, that's definitely
that exists in white homes. The hell? And
I know that, but it's definitely prominent, I think, in black homes.
it's prominent in homes where people have to work and they can't keep track of their children's.
Not that they don't know. Yeah,
So
they
you
might
don't,
be
you
on
know,
3 to 11. I mean, you got to be there at 3 o'clock, yo.
yeah, but I know plenty of people, plenty of parents who are not highly educated, right? So they may have a high school diploma or they might have a bachelor's and that's it.
That goes
Bachelors.
for white too.
What?
That goes for white people and other races of people too, like
Yeah, but
Mexicans. Like a lot of
yes.
Mexicans
So the
got
poor ones, yes.
even some of the rich ones. The
No,
Frito,
it's very
you
rare.
know, you know the hot Cheeto dude. Do you know about the hot Cheeto dude? You know how he got rich? You know he was poor as shit, and he just decided to. And he had been experimenting with this flavor, hot Cheeto flavor. Look the
So
story
you
up.
don't. So you don't know. So you don't know one rich dumb grown person.
Usually the education is pretty solid as the foundation, right? So they may be dumb in the
No,
streets, but
not really.
academically,
It's a lot of inheritance.
no,
Yeah.
academically, you don't find too many dropouts, right? You're not going to find too many.
No, you don't have to drop out.
Yeah, because they're not going to let them. Their culture is different.
Bill
Right?
Gates' parents let him drop out.
Yeah, but his family was well off in the first place, and he had a high quality education prior to that. So he didn't need that. He didn't need that.
Zuckerberg dropped out.
Yeah, but those strong foundation, and they already had those other groups that I was telling you about. So they don't need the
Zuckerberg didn't grow up rich.
What's that?
Zuckerberg didn't grow up rich.
He was flunking.
He was flunking.
Yeah. That's why he started Facebook. He said, fuck them books.
He said, fuck them books.
Yeah, man. Literally.
I got money to
make my own book. Yeah, the book. Facebook.
What about all the rich rappers who got an 8th grade, 9th grade education?
Lil Wayne, you think Lil Wayne is intelligent?
No. I'm not saying that
he got a lot of money though.
Yeah. I'm not saying they're intelligent because they have a lot of money. I'm not saying that. I'm not making the correlation there. There is a correlation there, but it's not a strong one. Like it's necessary, right? But when you look at the elite families, they tend not to have dropouts.
So all the dumb people who found gold or who found oil at one time, they was educated.
I still think I still think their foundational education was higher, the higher quality. That's why they're able to do certain things that other people cannot.
Now hunting rabbits, shoot a hole in the ground and some oil pop out. Can't read, but they know they just found some oil.
That has nothing to do with intelligence, obviously.
Right?
I don't even believe in the concept of intelligence per se.
You're the one equating.
It's about training.
Now it's about training.
It's always been about training. What you're trained in. You're not good at everything. Nobody's good at everything. So people are going to do what they're trained best at.
What?
Or they're going to do better at what they're trained at.
Don't move the playing field.
No, I said it backwards the first time. So they're going to, if they're trained, they're going to do that trained thing better than other people who are not trained.
About training. Because we're talking about richness and intelligence.
No, I didn't make that correlation necessarily, right? What I was saying was that usually in the white elites, that is a correlation. That is a strong correlation. You're talking about, the brokest of the broke whites, and even their foundation education is still strong. They may not be the brightest, but their foundation, their quality of education is still high.
Yeah, yeah, go
Mic
ahead.
check. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you good now.
Oh, there we go. So what's good, family?
What's
This
up, man?
GA, or is that someone else?
Yeah, this GA, this GA. Oh
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I do have two thumbs on there. So
Yeah.
I do I see where you're coming from, bro. I think you are speaking about quality curriculums, and we're talking about from a high school or below, a K through 12 curriculums. Is that what I think you're saying? That they
Yes.
have you, so yeah, there is discrepancies between, let me just say, use the term public school versus a charter or private school. There is a huge gap between that. And you use the term stereotype, or it reinforces the stereotype, or it doesn't prepare the student in a public school or a weaker system to combat a stereotype. And I think that's where we might diverge, but it's like I'm like, fuck the stereotype, because you can have a bias towards me, but once I exceed or meet or break the standards, regardless of what you throw at me, then that is going out the window. So I think sentiment within the community needs to change. So I think I'm hearing partially that's where you're getting towards that. Hey, we need to change our perspective. But a lot of parents be like, hey man, I didn't go far in school. The school need to do that part. So, there has to be some change in sentiment. Am I overreaching in that assumption?
No. I think you're good. That's good. Yeah, that's the direction I was going towards. But even in the cases like that, even if you have an outstanding person, you still need to replicate that 1,000 times more, because you're just not talking about how you want them to treat you. You want them to treat the group, majority of the group, that way. You want them to see the group that way.
No,
You don't want people. You don't want people to fit in the negative Black stereotype. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to get people away from that.
no, that's a fair point, and that's what I'm leaning towards more of sentiment, because some people are just not in their position or at that level, and they rely on the system to take care of their baby. If I'm allowed to get away with that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not saying it's right or wrong. And I think what you're saying, that some people, and I'm trying to move this quickly, because some people, they just said, man, you know what, the hell with that, with that system. I'm gonna put my seed or my child in this system because they do X, Y, and Z. And even though that person may be an underachiever, they're still getting exposed to best practices that, that the kid in a lesser system, or less, let me say less funded system, or somebody that's shooting for the bare minimum, they're not even getting exposed to that. They have this set standard or this set criteria that they're trying to meet, because they have a larger pool that they're trying to satisfy. And yeah, the resources are not just there.
Right. And that gives the other groups an advantage. What we would need to do is do something similar and have those other curriculum after school, that they don't tell us about.
Well, I mean, or we need to advocate harder and really just say, hey, why am I learning basket weaving? Why is that part of the criteria? Because don't get it twisted, because we got some systems around here where we got kids from a public school, kids are graduating with associate degrees.
Right.
K through 12.
So I think you're talking about the liberal arts education.
Well,
I think you're talking about the liberal arts education in general when you talk about the basket weaving. Like, we don't need all these classes.
Well,
and
yeah,
stuff.
that was unfair of me to say that. I shouldn't have said that. But
no, that's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I know a lot of people who have that sentiment. I know a lot of people who have that sentiment, but that's just the way the system is in America. We have a liberal arts system where we're not just going to take the core courses only because it will take less time. Right? That
But
should be straight up.
no, but see, that's just the thing. So even so, okay, and there's some curriculums. I got my sister-in-law. Uh, we're about a decade apart, but she's about to do a PhD in English in journalism. But she went to private school, K through 12, and then went on to pursue her degrees in college. But what I'm getting at is, even if you do a liberal arts track, you're really writing and you're really reading a lot of stuff while you're in high school during Christmas break, and you're writing term papers when you're in the ninth grade and stuff like that and so forth. Where another system or another curriculum may just have somebody writing, hey, just do a report, a couple pages.
No, I think in America, the system is liberal arts. No matter what school you go to, they're going to give you a variety of subjects. You're not going to just pick what you want. So they're going to give you something that you probably don't even want. Right?
Oh
Why do I have 3 gym classes? Like, I don't need all this.
Well,
Why do I
with
have a
physical,
painting class? Like,
what? No, you're speaking to another thing that the masses, it was somewhere determined that it's best for the masses, physical fitness and the whole dietary thing. Physical fitness was determined to be important. Long That's kind of antiquated now. Not saying it's not important, but I'm just saying that's that's kind of antiquated ideology. Even the way our school calendar is set up is antiquated because it's built a base upon of agrarian type timetable. Other people moved beyond it for decades, but I'm just saying, for at least for the last 2 decades, students they have been probably 3 to 4 decades. They've been diverging to say what career path you want to go. Is it going to be more like a trade thing, or is it going to be more like something collegiate? So they have been baking this into the system.
Yeah, it's been that way. That's the system. That's the way it's been designed for a long time.
So I wouldn't call that liberal arts though, because you
It
have
is.
people.
It
Okay,
is.
well,
That's why it's called liberal arts, because you're taking a variety of subjects that you have to take. It's not like you can avoid them.
but the
You have to take
tracks.
certain. You have to take certain. You have to take certain gym classes. You have to take certain language classes. You have to take a humanities class. Right. That's
Well,
why it's called liberal arts. A
I'm
trade
not
school
this.
is different. A trade school
I'm
doesn't have a liberal arts. You get
okay.
to pick the electives you want. That's the difference.
Okay. They may be doing something different in New York, man, because the students, once they get to high school, they do get to start and just decide if they're gonna do a trade path, or they can do something tech, or that, and they do have access to more advanced classes.
Right. I'm not
Kids.
saying you can't pick them, but you can't pick all of the classes that you want. Right. You could pick some classes. They're still going to tell you you need this English class. You need to take this poetry class. You need to take this geology class on top of what you want.
Oh yeah, they're
Right.
gonna
So
do the
that
three
makes
R's. It's the 3 R's is gonna be the English, writing, and
so that's what
arithmetic.
it, even if it's not English arithmetic, it could be a music class that you take that they force on you. That's what makes it liberal arts,
I
because
think
they're forcing certain subjects as a requirement to graduate. So a
I'm
trade school
pushing back.
doesn't necessarily do that.
No, well, I'm pushing back on that part for you, Roy, because I'm not getting towards that, because I'm saying kids are graduating with associate degrees, and they've already taken Cal 1, and they graduated high school, and that wasn't available when I was in high school. So, and then at a minimum, they either gonna have Stat 1, or they've taken at least pre-Cal.
Right, but they still met the other requirements. So yeah,
Yeah,
you could do all of that once you meet the other requirements. So it's still
yeah.
liberal arts.
Yeah, no, what they're forcing on them English 4, 1 through 4, and they're forcing on them uh but they kind of combine the writing within there. And something I think that may not be necessary is they force a foreign language on there. I want to say two
Yeah.
two semesters of that. or something like that. But it's not like, and they do for us, I think at least one semester or a year of gym. So
Yeah.
I get where you're going with that, when that can be used to take something else. But I'm talking about, it's a lot of stuff. Like I'm here in Texas, and for the last 4 years ago, they had an African studies curriculum, but that curriculum was not recognized as a history credit. So, but you could take it, but it was only going to count as an elective. I find that problematic. So that's my thing when I say that we can get engaged in the curriculum and not just accept it. Oh, this is just what the school offers. So I'm just giving you a little pushback. I think I agree with your overall sentiment, but until we start saying it's liberal arts heavy, I don't know about that part, because they really about their business here.
No, I mean the style of the education in America in general is liberal arts. That's just the style, because you even agree with me that they're forcing certain subjects on the students that they're not allowed to avoid. So
yes,
this to graduate, right? So the entire American education system is based on liberal arts. So like we need to call it for what it is. That is liberal arts, as
no,
opposed to a trade school.
well,
or a
I'm not
specialty school.
okay. Then when you say specialty school, give me an example of that, because I'm saying they
So
do get that exposure. But go ahead.
yeah, you get the exposure, but you're not necessarily forced to do certain things, right? You're not forced to take the gym class. You're not forced. So like a automotive trade school is an example, right? You're not taking English classes there. You're taking pretty much the core material of how the engine works, where the parts are, what does this do? What does that do? Putting it together, taking it apart, identifying different parts of vehicles in different models and things like that. You're not taking music. You're not taking underwater basket weaving, and then going back to the automotive part. You're just primarily probably 90% of it. Even if I want to water it down, 80% of it is going to be the topic, right? Fixing automobiles and operating on the engines. It's not going to be liberal arts is more like 50-50, 60-40 type of thing, where they're spreading it out.
Wait, but hold on, let's slow down, because we're talking about K through 12 right now, right? So is that something? Is that secondary education we talking about? Are we talking about something that other people are doing at a K through 12, or let's just say 9 through 12? Because
no, everybody's doing the liberal arts. Far as kindergarten, that's the American system. You're not getting an education outside of a trade school, outside of a liberal arts.
Okay, what globally? Let's zoom out a little bit then and say globally, what is somebody else doing that's lining up with what you're saying
Well,
right
I think
now?
in other countries, like I mentioned earlier, like in India, in China, they have specific institutions that are not necessarily, let's say, what we would call colleges. Maybe they're a little bit less than our colleges, but they still get certified in a topic like mathematics, certain mathematical applications and computer applications, right? So they'll learn programming languages, but they're not going to a college, right?
Okay, let me clarify what you just said though. So that's after a high school education where they've gotten a core curriculum, right?
Yeah, and I don't know what their core curriculum is in their country though. So I don't know if they have liberal arts or not.
Okay, no, well, that's what I'm saying. When you say liberal arts, I thought we was talking about high school, and I thought that's what you were saying, that the public school system or the high school system or the curriculum was based on a liberal arts track.
It is in America, at least. I don't know about India and China. I think that they focus on specialties more than liberal arts. That's why they're good at things and better than everybody else.
But no. Oh, see, oh man, we're about to get into the weeds now. Particularly on India, because are we saying high school or post high school?
I would say, I technically want to say past high school, but I think they start grooming them earlier in high school, right?
Okay,
So
so from a 9 to 12. So we speculating on that point, but let's just stay away from that. So I get where you're going with that, but a lot of corporations invested in India long time ago to do that. And you
yeah,
said
yeah, yeah,
these institutions came and formed places, formed things, and they focused more on certifications, but it was more on an applied aspect for a particular area.
yes,
Microsoft did
yes,
that. Yeah, yeah.
yes, yes. So they're gonna be better than, let's say, me or you if we're not getting that, right? They got special companies that made that program for that. So they could be experts at whatever that is, right? So whatever language or whatever they're learning over there, they're being funded for that. So you would expect them to be better than the average person because you're putting millions of dollars or billions. I don't know how much money, but I know it's a decent amount of money for them to have it. Because some of them, outside of those subjects, they suck at. Like they can't do political science, they can't do anthropology, they can't do chemistry,
No,
like as
that's
good
not
as
their
that.
thing. But they can
Yeah,
do
right. So
physics.
yeah, they could do
They can
certain
do
things.
yeah, they can do
Certain things
physics
that
really well.
yeah, certain programs that are funded, that's what they push. And that's not being pushed everywhere in the world. That's just being pushed in those specific places. And then China has their own places that do the same thing. Then another country might have another place that does something similar, right? So it's not about. So that's why I don't like the word intelligence, because I think it's about the training that you get. And if you're not trained like everybody else, then of course somebody's going to be better than you. If you're going to a engineering school, of course you're going to be better than me in engineering. Like what? Like what? That's what you're there for.
No, well, so I get it. I get where you're coming from. So here's my only pushback. I wouldn't concede to that your premise about the whole liberal arts thing, but I do get where you're coming from. I just wouldn't call it that. I think it's more cookie cutter that, at a minimum, Joker's the English is going to be there, the writing is going to be there, and math. Those are like core courses. And then the other stuff, the history, social studies, see, that's where you got kind of a
Yeah, you have to take
stronghold.
those too. You have to
Yeah,
take
that's what I'm
those too.
saying. That's what I'm saying. You kind of got a
Right.
stronghold because those are mandated. You got to have so
Yeah.
many.
That's why
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying liberal arts. So it's because it's mandated.
Fair point. Fair point. Fair point. Fair point. What would you replace that with? More math? More science?
No, I don't think once you mix it up like that, it's going to be liberal arts. No matter, even if you alter it, right? More math, more science. It's still going to be liberal arts because you still got those unnecessary programs that you wouldn't take if you didn't have to pay for it, right? Like, why do I have to? Some people don't want to take a philosophy class. Like, what do I need a philosophy class if I want to be an engineer? Like, but the school makes you take it, and then you got to pay for it. It's not free.
Yeah, but I could
Why do
justify
I
the
have to spend
philosophy.
$2,000 on a class that I don't want?
Critical
Like
thinking.
but people are not looking at it that way, right? People are not looking at it. Most people are not looking at it that way. They think
I
philosophy
mean,
is BS
if
anyway.
I'm not saying that, and then you don't have to just dive in and go into 400 level. You can just take a basic logic class, and that could be the requirement right there. But I think basic logic is the foundation for critical thinking.
Yeah, I mean, technically, it's a little bit different. Critical thinking is lower than the logic class. From what I've seen, the curriculums. So, the logic class, you would do better off, right? Just skip the critical thinking class because you're going to learn a lot of the same concepts in the logic class.
No, I get what you're saying, and then just to the novice, anybody in there, hey man, I'm just trying to fill my schedule out.
Yeah.
So
Then you
I can
feel
say, right. So I'm trying to speak to your talking point and not be so critical, because I mean, people are going in trusting the people in those positions, the advisors, the counselors, even though they could be student help or whatever. But at the end of the day, you don't know till you know. So
yeah, you might need the credits for a scholarship, right? So certain scholarships you have to have full-time credits. So you
yeah,
might have to have a minimum of 12 or I don't know if 15, 16 credits. I don't know what they consider part-time or full time anymore. But I think it
Like
used to be
12,
12
12 or
was the
more.
minimum.
Yeah, 12 or more is full time, and then anything below 12 is part time. And so
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I
All right.
get it.
Yeah. So you need that extra class to just to meet the qualification of the tuition, you know. So it's like, so it works out. Otherwise, you wouldn't take it. But
There
as
you
far
go.
as school goes, I think I would take some of the things in college and move it down. Like maybe you could take the critical thinking class, move it down to the high school. See how far you could push it down to maybe middle school. I don't know. Like where will they be able to start grasping the concepts and do those things earlier? So I think what the white counterparts do, because I know this for a fact because I've seen it, that the white counterparts have this at like a junior high school level, right? So I know for a fact they do logic 2 at junior high school level. And then we as a group may not know what logic is until college. I mean, that's the way it works. Like I didn't know about logic until I went to college. So I know that the white count, because I've seen it for myself. I've seen one of the curriculums. I'm like, oh my gosh, they do this. No wonder.
But see, and that's going back
No wonder
to
the white talking points are the white talking points.
no, but see, that's going back to your earlier point of that. Okay, in some schools, and I'm just gonna say there's a difference between a public school curriculum that serves a much larger populace than maybe a private school or a charter school. And now these charter schools are morphing into what you're talking about right now. Well, I'm learning. I don't know how, and they've been around for a minute. They may have started off charter schools, but now they're more specialized schools. And they specialize in the sciences and they specialize in the math and everything, but they're not free and they're not open and available
Mhm.
to everybody. So I think the
Yeah, yeah.
conversation was getting sidetracked to say that that you was trying to say that other people are smarter than black kids, and I hope to think that's not what you were saying, but
No, I'm not saying that. I was saying why, right? So the charter schools you just described means that those kids are going to be better than let's say me at math because I didn't go to a charter school, right? So if you're a
right,
graduate of such and such charter school, your math level is going to be higher than mine because I went to a regular school, right? So it's not that.
exactly.
So it's not that you're more intelligent or whatever. It's the training. It's not about the intelligence. It's the training that you're getting that I'm not getting. That's
They
why you're
get
better.
they're getting the best practices, and
Yes,
yeah,
they're
I
getting
get it.
more ideas, more concepts.
The
I'm not
latest,
getting that.
the
Yeah,
latest, yeah, no, your
yeah.
kid
They
is
have an advantage over the regular person,
is,
right?
is
They
yeah.
definitely have an advantage.
And even though they dumb, just because they've been introduced to it, they're aware of it. So when they do see it at the next level, I get where you're coming from, bro.
Yeah. So we tend to think that's intelligence. Wow, this kid is so smart, but in other fields he's not so smart. In that particular field that he's trained in, where they poured money and hours and hours and hours of practice, of course he's smart. Like he's trained for it. Just like kids in Russia are trained to play chess from an early age. Like the average 10-year-old can beat everybody up here at the same time.
But I whoop his ass in dominoes.
Yeah, but that's a different training, right?
I'm
So
just
if he
playing,
trained in
man.
dominoes, he would be better in dominoes, right? So it's about
Yeah.
the training. It's not about the intellect.
No, I get it. But see, to me, that just sounds like then as parents and as a community, then we need to be more in tune and not just rely so much on the school board, the principal, faculty and staff to do what they, to bear so much of the burden.
Yes. That's why I asked the question about the parents, their education, right? So if you have a household where the parents only have a high school diploma, how are they going to do the kid? Their son comes home from school with some homework that is more advanced than them, right? They have math homework that the parents never seen before because they didn't do pre-calculus. Right? So now oh man, son, I don't know what to do. So you can't even help them.
No, well, I mean, but see, that's maybe that's not their role to help them. Just they need to just question. Okay, why is my kid learning this? I ain't learned this like that.
No, that's just the
Getting
way the school is. That's the way the
okay,
school.
but what I'm saying is just have somebody break it down to them. What's the significance of this and why we don't do it like this anymore, and where you going, and then maybe the parent will be like, well, you know what, I can't help you, but maybe let me try to find you some resources, a tutor, or I'll scrape something up. You know what I'm saying? Because the
Are you
system
saying
does
the
try to
school
do
should?
that.
You're saying the school should do that, or the parents should do that?
Well, I
I'm
think
sorry.
there should
Are you
be.
saying the parents or the school?
I'm saying the parents should be aware. And then I know a lot of the school
Oh, oh.
systems offer that. A lot of the teachers say, hey, man, hey, I do tutoring, hey, before school on these days, or I do tutoring after school. And if some parents got it, it's within their means, then, hey, get your kids, get a college student. Hey, come teach my kid algebra. I don't know algebra.
Yeah. So the problem with that, I think that's a good idea if you have it, but like if you're coming from the hood, right? You don't have the parents don't have the money. The kid help. Tutoring. Some tutoring is free, but the best tutors are not going to be for free, right? So again,
Okay.
we're still dealing with a quality issue.
No,
What you're learning from this tutor is not going to be enough.
okay, it's not really a problem until it's recognized, right? Or it's not really a shortfall until it's recognized, first of all. So, secondly, I'm not going to make an excuse. I said if I did put there, if they got it, they can try to pursue other resources. But then maybe I'm over here, I don't even have kids, but I'm good at math. So maybe I
Mm-hmm.
just meet down here at the rec center and I teach kids math, or I teach kids meet at the library. Once I become
Yeah,
aware. I mean, I'm talking about a holistic thing of this. I'm not,
yeah.
trying to make isolated incidents of, yeah, a GA
That's
works
where
at
I
the
was going.
damn.
That's why I wanted to go. That's exactly where I wanted to go, GA. That's exactly. So now we need to replicate that, right? So one person replicates it, then another person replicates it, then another person. That's going to change, I think. Over, it may take some time to change the needle, where the needle is, to move the needle. But I think that's what we don't have that the other groups do have. I do notice that, and it's end all. But I do know that's what the other groups have in common, that they do have that support, and they're not necessarily coming out their pocket. I think it's free. Just don't let us know.
So I'm just saying, we got resources. Almost every community has a community college, and
Yeah,
there's
but it's not
college
always
kids.
free. We need
No,
mercy.
no, no,
That's
no,
what
no,
we
no, no.
need.
You're missing what I'm saying. I would like to think that a student, there's somebody at the community college that can help somebody in high school do high school algebra 1 and 2. You see where
Yeah,
I'm
but
going
that's
with
one.
this?
Yeah. I get where you're going, but number one, it needs to be advertised where we know where we can go. Like the student shouldn't have to, like, you got a network to find out who knows where to go. I'm saying it should be a household thing where you can go this place. Let's say the library or whatever. This library does during every Saturday in these fields, and you list the fields, and then you live up to that. Then they don't have to ask, right? Because networking I don't like, because if you're out of the network, you're going to be missing out. So the
Well,
people
that's what I
in the
say.
network miss. What's that?
No, go ahead, finish your thought, bro.
So I think that what we need, what I'm asking for, easiest way to say it is mercy, right? We need somebody to charity is not maybe the better word, not mercy. Charity and mercy, without money. I'm talking about you, like what you said, devote your time, devote your resources, and then other people do the same thing for a community in a specific location where everybody can know where to go, which I think is what the other groups absolutely have. And you don't know where those places are because you're out of the network and they're not telling you. Go over here,
Well,
school is over, and you go home and watch cartoons. They're going over here to this other location to learn more stuff. That's
uh,
why they're doing better than you.
hey, bro, and Yeah, you don't get much pushback from me when you say it like that, Roy. And I'm just gonna say, I think the change is not so much the stereotype because I think it's gonna always be there. I think it has to be more or less sentiment or a shift in mindset than not cussing out the principal and the teachers for just no. See, I'm just honestly find out. Okay, tell me what I need to do to make my child successful. Okay, I can't do that. So now let me find somebody who can. And it's a
And that's the problem,
communal
because
thing.
you don't know where to go. Yeah, you don't know where to go. You got to go asking around. I think the other
Well,
groups have a dedicated place, and they don't have to go asking around. They already have a setup. We don't have a setup like that.
I'm gonna leave it at that until somebody come up here and push back because I already
Well, I don't want to say we don't have enough, because that may be an incorrect statement that we don't have it. There may be communities that are doing exactly that, but it's just one. What about the 3 communities over? They're doing that. They're not
no, but
replicating it.
no, I agree with you. But I thought I heard you and I did hear you, even though we using different terminology.
Yeah, but we need people to volunteer pretty much. It's not about money. It's not about money, what you can do for me necessarily, a tit for tat type of thing. I do this for you, you do this for me. It's not necessarily going to be a fair exchange. So that might turn people off right away, right? I'm not doing this for free. But if you want to move the needle of the stereotype, you're not going to eliminate the stereotype, but you could push it to a smaller stereotype. Right now, you have too many people getting miseducated, saying that, you need to get a job, you need to be practical and all this. That's fine, but you can't focus on that. You still have to show other people that there's an intellect, right? You're not just hands-on monkey. Like, you're just following instructions and just doing what doing what you're doing, and then you're successful at it, because that's how they're going to see you.
Hey, but all I'm gonna say is it's not reinventing the wheel though, bro. Because I look at both my parents, man, and they probably the first ones in their family to go to college. They was raised by people who was probably 2 generations, 3 at the most, removed from illiterate people. So it's not like we haven't seen this look before. We just maybe have become numb or forgot about this. But it was also they were more community focused, so it can still be done.
Yeah,
And,
it could be done. It's just it takes charity, mercy, and not always having your hand out, right? You can't ask for something when you need help, right? Like that's I don't
that
know.
make no sense. I know what you mean, but yeah.
Like, if I'm asking you for help, right, then you're asking me for something. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Exchange.
Well, don't entitlement. You probably meant don't be so. Okay, go ahead. I'm not gonna tell you what you're saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, don't be entitled either. But I think that a lot of people are not willing to make the sacrifice without something in return. That's what I was trying to get across. That why would I do that if you're not doing something for me? You have a lot of people in the streets doing that. Man, I can't have friends. Yeah. I can't have friends if you can't benefit my life. You can't be friends.
Well, okay, that's that. We gotta change our mindset then.
Yeah.
That's that. Yeah.
Have you ever heard people say something like that? Like, I always like, what?
Yeah. I get that. What about me? What's in it for me? Yeah. I mean, but to me, that's a sentiment thing, though.
Yeah, well, that's an emotional thing too. To me, like, is that what you mean by sentiment? Like, is it?
No, I mean, I just say sentiment is just a mindset that I'm not obligated to do nothing unless I get something in return. Reciprocating.
Yeah.
Things,
okay. Yeah.
Then sometimes it's just good that you don't have to get an immediate return on the time or the talent or whatever you invested, you'll get yours down the line. Or maybe you just get fulfilled being able to help the next person out,
Yeah,
making
you
a
don't have.
difference.
Yeah, you don't have enough brothers in the hood doing that. Right? There are probably some, but they're not enough.
No, well, we got to change that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna shut up though, bro. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be quiet. But I heard you.
Yeah. But I think that goes along with what Zyx is trying to do anyway. So unless I'm wrong about that.
Yeah, that's never ending.
You came in broken. You were
Broke up.
borging at first. Yeah, you were borg. You sounded borg, at least to me.
I'm breaking up to you, Price.
No, I think you said that's never ending, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, now I can hear you clear.
Okay.
Yeah, that's too many times, man. We done been on this panel and I done heard Q talking to somebody random that didn't even have the GED, and he's like, "Hey, man, we can link up. I got Zoom." You know, that brother's always been open to help the community, and the community. We got just a lot of little isolated incidents or whatever where the community helps the community. So, I mean, we getting there, Roy. You know.
Yeah, but
But
also you got the knuckleheads that don't humble themselves to ask for help, right? So that's another issue. How do you get them to step forward, right? I'm not asking for him because he's going to ask me for something. You know, he's going to teach me math, and then I know he's going to ask me for something. You know, because you got people that think like that, man. I know this.
Well, no, fair point, fair point. But all we can do is offer. If you got something somebody needs and it don't really cost you nothing but to share, hey man, all you can do is offer. So all you can't control how they respond to your generosity or your offer. You know, all you can do
Well,
is offer and not
yeah, well,
expect anything in return.
yeah, but you want to make it so that they respond in a way that's closer to positive than negative, right? So you want to kind of lead the horse to the water a little bit. You know, I don't want it just to be 50-50. I'm offering this, take it or leave it type of thing. So here
Oh.
you need some rhetoric skills to persuade them to do it this way and not that way. You know.
Well, we all got to work on that, bro. We all got to work on that part right there. So you offered it, and
You
the
said,
motherfucker tell you, go fuck yourself. Tell them, well, fuck you too, and be done with it.
well, I think that's what our boy said. The one that said he don't give a damn. Fuck these damn books.
Oh yeah, that was
Corey said it's our. Corey said it's our fault.
Hey, hey, Dave. I learned a lot today listening to math and King talk. I learned a lot today, man. It was insightful. That I need not did not be so triggered. So
Was somebody reading something and then that's how it came up?
no, Roy, it was
Was somebody like quoting something, reading something on the screen, sharing, and then it?
I don't know. I don't know.
Nah,
Man, I got to
he
go
said
back
he
on.
was. He said he was in and out of school, K through 12.
Like it was a prison sentence. I need to
Yeah.
get out. I'm not going back. Did he get out the hood at least?
Yeah. It said ATL.
Man, what kind of car he drive? He must drive a nice car. That's more important.
Mm-hmm.
With the nice rims.
too much seen that in the South.
A dope car? You haven't seen too many.
No, a grown black man saying,
Oh,
fuck reading, and I don't give a damn about them books.
yeah. I can only think of one context that I would think of. The first is, he has money and he's being practical. So what do I need all that other stuff for?
It was kind of like that part right there. He was kind of content with where he was at, satisfied with his position. I don't
Yeah.
know his age or whatever, but he was like, I don't need a whole lot. I don't need this. I don't need that. So he went.
What I need self-improvement for? What I need that for?
Yeah.
So y'all don't think that the Hebrew Israelites, that applies to them? They read too much, and they read they read too much into what they're reading, or the flat earthers, or whatever.
No, I just think that they focus on to me, that's a non-tangible. That ain't moving nothing. You know, and I say it respectfully, but what is a God or not a God? What about right now? And are you going to get so distracted by the rhetoric or by the literature that it impacts you right now? We got bigger fish to fry, in my opinion.
So how do you break the cycle? I mean, the cycle is still repeating, though. If we're still, because we've been saying that for how long? Haven't black people been saying this for like 100 years or more?
Hey, well, I'm older now, man, so I don't have time, man. I stop by and be entertained, but I don't have time to beg and plead you to say, "Come on, let's go." You know, or the resources to pull you up out of that. So good luck.
Maybe it has some context where it's applicable for that. I'm trying to fit that context, because I could see it. If you're misquoting something, you're not reasoning correctly about what you read, then I could see that statement. Something like that statement being said about reading.
Yeah, I don't think he meant it like that. Well, I ain't gonna say what I ain't gonna say what he think. He regretted it after he said it. I'm gonna say it like that. I'm gonna say it like that.
But what
I
about the
think.
second guy? Both guys were the same. They regretted
Well,
it, or
I don't know. What math
at least one
actually
of
got
them.
better. At least math didn't come in here telling us the Earth was flat today. I didn't hear that from him today.
But he
Nah,
said,
he wasn't here for the first one.
what about reading though? Like he said, similar.
Yeah, he said we do too much reading. That's our problem now. We read too much.
Yeah, because I could think of, because I've heard him speak before.
Yeah.
So isn't he an Israelite? Isn't he like?
Nah, he was pushing the FBA shit.
No, no.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
okay. So I know I've heard him before a couple of times, and I was thinking that he's like the source. He's questioning he's talking about questioning the source that you're reading, like your source is not adequate enough. Is that what he means? Like y'all just reading stuff and they're not adequate sources type of context, or no?
Nah, he's stuck in some sort of cycle. He keeps rambling about shit that happened on Sonetta channel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I guess he has a problem with sources. Isn't that the guy? Isn't, or am I
No,
thinking?
that's somebody else. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
We did have a Israelite brother try to reason with them.
How did that
And
go?
they rejected it. That
Mm.
you know, they rejected it. It was good. Got me through my day. It was entertaining. Y'all know how to draw them out, Dale. Y'all really know how to draw them out. That's all I can say.
It was a full panel.
Oh, I don't know. I was
Oh,
back and forth.
Yeah, yeah. It was about 9. It kept 9 for about 2 hours after he said that. Yeah, after he said that, yeah, everybody wants to know what happened.
uh, he left or you kicked him off?
No, he passed out.
Oh, he fell asleep. Mm. I guess he's not coming back for a while. Round
Nah,
two.
nah, he'd be back.
No, I mean tonight. Like no round two for tonight.
Yeah. Psycho already live, so we probably won't be live when he come back.
Oh, okay.
Uh, yeah, we'll catch him the rest of the week. We got some more Candace Owen news. I have been really following Charlie Kirk, white Christian nationalist.
Ooh,
I thought Trump was supposed to be taking over some Venezuelan oil tankers in
yeah,
the
I saw
water.
that earlier. They jacked the whole tanker, man, but they weren't flying colors, so
Yeah.
they were supposed to. Probably interdicted somebody that was sanctioned, but they weren't flying colors, so the boys went in there and I don't know what they did with the tanker, but they did board it.
Yeah. Trying to find some unbiased video, but everybody got their spin on it.
Nah, well, only thing I saw was like a UA-60,
Yeah.
and then they fast rope on there, and then they went through, and then nothing conclusive yet. Only thing I heard that they weren't flying colors, and they said it was on their way to Cuba,
Mm.
but Cuba is kind of like a broker for that black market oil thing. But
Mm.
allegedly, the vessel was going to China, but we still don't know who or you
Mm.
know who getting paid off the deal.
Mm. Sound a little extra to me.
I don't know, man. You done went from speedboats to an oil tanker.
Yeah,
I'm,
definitely
I'm,
upgrade. Yeah.
I was thinking, oh shit, that's it. But yeah, And then it's like 24 hours. I think it's 24 hours after that lady got the Peace Prize. I think she from Venezuela.
Mhm.
She got the Nobel Prize yesterday or something. Yesterday or the day. So I don't know. Try not to waste too much thought on that on these headlines.
Definitely no slowdown on the news cycle though. Like I said, shit, as far as I know, everybody trading with China. And you're not trading if you're not trading with China, as far as I can tell.
No, they definitely got the hand in the pot on both sides of the pot. The international pot, the black market pot, the underground pot. So
But that basically turned their society into a maximum efficient labor force.
who's that? China?
Yeah, we're gonna work
Oh,
it 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, till we can maintain 5,000 units a week.
oh yeah, they don't be playing with them over there, man. They be
Yeah,
sleeping at the factory and everything.
yeah, got it up, set up.
There goes what I need to read for. I work at this factory 12 hours. I'm not doing anything else.
Nah,
Yeah,
they do that though, Roy. They literally do that.
yeah,
Oh,
but
that's a shame. I hope they have their food situation figured out if they're doing that.
Oh, they eat, man. They got cafeterias and everything there.
mhm,
You know, getting 10 grains of rice, getting a little bit more.
Hey,
mhm.
I don't know. I don't know.
Nah,
That's
they
what I
got
always think about. I always have that stereotype in my mind that they're underfeeding the people over there.
mm-mm, just the
No?
opposite. The opposite, yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Oh, I'm thinking of North Korea. Then maybe
Yeah, now that's different. That's yeah.
North
Now they
Korea.
probably
Maybe I'm
get
thinking of.
yeah, they getting underfed over there. They just ain't got it.
That's rough. Well, they did a military show this year. I think I saw it on YouTube. China did a military, whatever you call it,
Mhm.
showing.
What a parade.
No, it was well, I guess you can call it
Yeah,
a military show, military
like
parade.
the old
Yeah,
Mao Zedong parade.
like the Air Force does an air show every year, pretty much. It's
Yeah,
similar
but
to
they
that.
yeah, but we don't have the machines that ride up and down the street with the missiles as long as the street.
Yeah, yeah. I was looking at that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the Iron
they have
Dome can't get those.
they have a lot of missiles. Those little missile launchers,
Yeah,
but their planes are not that good. I think they
they don't need to be. Yeah, they don't need very good planes if the weapons are. uh counter.
You heard about this was this year's news. The aircraft carrier that they made.
Yeah,
It launched like a aircraft, like their fifth generation fighter jet. They
I
successfully.
saw it. Yeah, yeah.
You saw it? Okay.
Mhm.
What do you think about the EMS? I think, is it called EMS? The electromagnetic.
Oh, the EMP,
No, not the
electromagnetic
EMP.
pulse.
No, it's on the aircraft carrier. What's the term? It's instead of the catapult, it's called something else. It was a catapult, but it's an electronic. There's an acronym for it. I don't remember what it is.
About to shoot the
Oh,
jets off.
Yeah. What is that called? I was just looking at this thing too.
yeah, that is a catapult, and they have been flexing with their navy
It's
about the
a
last
magnetic
five
one though.
years.
This new one is a magnetic one, and then Trump this year said he wants to go back to the steam one. So that's a loss of investment, because I think only a few aircraft carriers had the electromagnetic catapult. I don't remember what it's called. There's an acronym. I have to look it up. But the steam catapult does wear and tear on the wheels and the gears of the aircraft, and that's why they came up with this new one. But China seemed to got theirs working, so America took too long to get it to work. So Trump ordered them to go back.
Go back to steam.
Yeah,
But why would you do that on nuclear powered carriers? You got nuclear
because
plants.
because it had more successful launches. The
Oh, okay.
sororities, I guess they count the sororities, the landings and the takeoffs. So
Right,
the
Yeah.
right, right.
steam didn't have that many problems as this electronic one does.
Mm.
This electronic one, it took almost a year to get right, or something like that. It took time to get them to get it right.
Oh man, so we may be at a curve, a plateau, not a curve, but a plateau with technology. Then,
Yeah, you got
Yeah, with that
saltwater
one, yeah,
issues. It has to be able to sustain long endurances of nothing but the
yeah,
salt hitting it. So that's gonna break your gear up. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah. But it was more successful than this one. It's called EMALS, Electromagnetic Aircraft Launch System. EMALS is the
emails.
acronym. Yeah, Electronic Magnetic Aircraft Launch System.
Oh man, you know how much money that was lost on that right there.
Hmm?
I
What
said,
is
I'm
it?
just saying. Well,
But
that's a
the
lot of money lost. Research and
Yeah,
development, and then you put it in production just to go back to the old one.
was
yeah,
it a
because they were
Ooh,
battery?
complaining. No, it wasn't the best. I guess it didn't work. It didn't produce enough force to launch some of the planes, so it wouldn't successfully launch the plane. So it failed. I mean, there's successes also, but the number of failures was high,
yeah, the
so high.
CVA, it wasn't there, to say, hey, you probably launching less missions or successful missions than the legacy system. That's crazy, man. So he just went through that with this jet, this F-35, that it costs more to maintain than to fly.
What the reflective material that's supposed to go true undetected?
Yeah, the jet. What was the jet that the guy crashed over in South Carolina like a year ago?
Yeah, I think that was
Yeah, but
the
they just
F-35B. Yeah.
yeah they say it's too expensive to maintain. It's not sustainable to keep it in a rotation.
They ain't had no reason to go to war with nobody.
Yeah, but that's the latest one though. They can't just
Eh,
stop it now.
Bro, that
Well,
thing had astronomical figures
unless they have something in the work. And maybe
Well, they
that's what it
always got
is.
something in the work, you know.
So the radar rate, the radar waves on this one is not bouncing; it's observing completely. Is that the plate that they're supposed to have on this one to go
I,
to stealth?
I don't know. It's basically invisible to radar when it is up.
Yeah.
It's basically invisible. But they just saying that
Even in the intake of your afterburner, that material.
I don't know. I don't know.
From the last time I checked, they said that the stealth on this one is a higher classification.
Mm,
It's above top secret, so it's above what the F-22 had in other
yeah,
other aircraft. So they didn't say how better it was, but they definitely
yeah.
said it's better. So I just take their word for it.
I know the 117A, the original, the part under the afterburner and the landing gear. Those were not too uh, undetectable. So if somebody let them down in the middle of the flight, radar gonna hit it
Ah, I see.
at that time. Yeah, they may have fixed it. Obviously, I don't know if it's a priority.
Yeah,
But
they said
I
this is
wouldn't have a need to have a tire that needs to be undetected by radar. Still, if I'm that close to landing, that means I'm either on the carrier, on the base, or something. I'm in the
Yeah,
safe zone.
yeah. I'm back. I'm back home.
Yeah, yeah. If I got them out,
Well, they said this is the highest classification of stealth that the other ones had, and this one has drones that go with it. Did you hear about that? That it has drones that accompany it. Like there's like
That,
5 or 6 drones that accompany it
that
that the pilot controls.
that's crazy.
yeah.
Yeah, that is crazy right there.
Yeah, like there's YouTube videos on it now. Cause I remember watching it. Now
So
he
what
can
they do?
control those drones.
They get in the area, then launch the drones, and then control them from the cockpit. Or
Yeah.
Yeah,
damn,
yeah. So it looks like a fighting formation when if you're like looking at it. So you don't just see one plane, you see like 5 or 6 of them because the drones are pretty big. They're smaller than the regular plane, but they're still noticeable.
right?
Like
But that's crazy.
so, you could send a drone to each enemy. Right, you have 5 enemies. You know the drone can go 5 different directions, and you could still fly straight.
Mhm.
And do the drones carry payload, or they just
Yeah,
decoys?
no, they're not decoys.
Oh,
They carry a payload.
that's
So that makes
crazy.
Yeah, I think it's 5,000 pounds.
yeah,
God, that's yeah, yeah.
yeah, that's crazy.
Who I'm that mad at? Damn.
Yeah. So he bringing friends no matter what. And then
That is crazy.
they say the aircraft carrier is not too far from that either. Right, usually so if something happens, the
Mm.
aircraft carrier is going to start launching. So on top of that,
So
so
I'm still trying to do the formula for the stealth submarine. I don't know what's being reflected.
oh, what's
Oh
being
yeah, you got
reflected?
no, you got me on that. I don't even
It has to
understand
be
the
the
concept.
sonar, right? It would have to be the sonar that's being reflected, right?
No, no, it's the propulsion system. They
Yeah,
got it's the propulsion. That's the only thing that really gives them away now.
yeah. How can you go like zero tolerance, like zero total blackout stealth?
Yeah, I had no idea.
They have a coating on the propeller.
The water is gonna move if somebody's pressing on the gas, even if you got all your shits up.
Yeah, they got to hide the signature somehow. That's why it's classified, I guess.
I don't know what the ratio is. Yeah.
unless the signature mimics something natural like a whale or I don't know, man. Y'all got me on that one. I don't even know what to say.
I would say that. I would say that because like, isn't that how they create oxygen on the ship, on the subs? They have to expel. Like one of the methods I know is I forgot what they call it, but it deals with electrifying the water, and that turns into a vapor, and that turns into the oxygen that you breathe. And then there's the candle, right, Dev. There's a candle burning for oxygen, and then there's this machine oxygen kind of, and they have to match the water pressure outside the vessel. I've heard that before to expel the water,
Yeah, you got it right.
but I don't remember.
You only have a condensed amount of space. Once you close the hatch, that's it. You're underwater.
Yeah, so there's two ways. I think there may be more than that now, but I think there's two main ways to get oxygen, and I think the last one is the candle burning. At least
Yeah.
from what I've seen.
Yeah, that's it.
But if that machine breaks down, oh boy, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, you're dead. Yeah.
That's a problem.
You're going to get crushed like that, whatever that was, Titanic, a couple years ago. Everybody's going to get crushed to the bottom due to pressure.
That's not good.
Yeah.
At least that's right. Instead of suffering.
Yeah, they had high intelligence. They went to all the schools, like you said, and they managed to speed themselves up and commit mass murder.
No, that's more like Murphy though, right there. You know, whatever can go wrong will go wrong at the wrong time.
I heard the rumor that one of the guys panicked and he tried to open the hatch, and
When
that's
they were
why
going down.
Yeah, he panicked, and the other guys tried to tackle him, and I guess he did manage to open it. But I don't know if that's true. I heard that's a rumor, I guess.
Yeah, that would have made it quicker.
No, but that's fair. I probably would panic too.
Hey, get away from there. Get away from that hatch.
Yeah, I got to get out of here. That's
Calm down. Get away from that hatch. Too late. Some of them. Oh man.
So what was missing in the intelligence part?
Well, they had the schooling, but they just didn't have the practical knowledge, I guess, in the real world.
No,
how to apply it.
No, the experience, because in a situation like that, you're gonna revert back to primal instinct, and that could be counterintuitive. You know, that's my thoughts on something like that.
So you could be irrational. You could do something irrational, even though
trying to save
educated.
yourself. Yep. Yeah, all that shit get overridden, man. Yeah.
What do they call that? Fight or flight?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you took the thought right out of my mind. That's fight or flight right there. That's a primal instinct, in my opinion.
Yeah, so it's about training, I guess. That still goes to my theory. It's not how smart you are. It's what you're trained to do and how often you do it.
Yeah, experience. Yep. Recognize the conditions and respond accordingly. I can agree with that wholeheartedly.
You may suck at everything else, but that one or two things or three things that you do that you're trained to do well, you'll do well.
They say experience is the greatest teacher. but not they. They could have been Confucius, but never mind, never mind. But yeah, I agree.
So you think the education is going to be free for the community colleges? Is that going to go through?
Community.
I mean, like nationwide, like.
I, most areas I'm tapped into, community colleges provide a lot of resources, not just to the school systems being tapped in with them, but if not free, but very reasonable uh, pricing to be able to get a certification or
PDL,
whatever.
nursing,
Yes,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. So a lot of them are tapped into that, and they've been doing that for a few years now.
Oh, there's another thing I forgot. I just found out about it, I think last month, that the Trump administration changed the scholarship. No, I'm sorry. They changed the professional degrees list, right? So
Oh yeah.
before there was a list of professional degrees, they took nursing off. They took some certain ones off. There's a new
Accounting.
list.
Yeah, accounting.
They took accounting off too.
I thought they did.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they might have. I don't remember, but the person that was telling me about it was talking about the health fields mostly. Like nursing is off,
Yeah.
chiropractor is in, but nursing is out. Like what? So that's going to change the funding, like what you can get to the tuition assistance for, right? So if you're going for nursing, you're not going to get the assistance that the guy who's going to be a chiropractor, he gets a full ride, but you gotta, you can't get a full ride. Like what?
That's crazy to me. But yeah,
there's a whole list. I think there's a website too.
Yeah.
It covers the list, the new list.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Most notable to me was the nursing degree, especially with the shortages in the healthcare field.
So why would you want to be a nurse now?
I mean, it's still I think it's a prominent profession. If you go from the bottom to the top tier, I mean, you got RNs now that are, sitting at the same level as physician assistants that are just one seat below a doctor. You're seeing patients, they prescribing meds. Uh, the downside is you don't have access to the capital. That's to me, that's the downside.
Right. So like that's gonna discourage people now. Like if I can't get the tuition assistance, how am I supposed to do it? I'm relying on that tuition assistance, right? Like I can't fund that myself. Like the student is not going to be able to put the, I don't know, 140,000, 150,000, whatever it is, 200,000. You're going to need some kind of assistance.
No, I agree. It's crazy. It is really crazy.
I mean, I would think that they should put it back. They should put it back because you need more nurses, more skilled nurses.
But what was the logic behind that degree? I mean, behind that decision to, isolate that degree like that when you have a shortage?
Well, the rumor is that, that shortage is usually minorities, right? So you know where that's going to go. Race theory,
Learn about the Bible and religion is professional, but not nursing.
Oh, so they left theology? They left that alone?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That, in my opinion, that that is, yeah, respectfully, that's asinine. Hmm. I guess the only good part about that, it don't go into effect until I think next year, the next FISA, 26, 27 FISA.
My bad. I'm trying to look for the originals. Original story.
Uh, I remember when that came out. I just focused on the nursing. I didn't even see anybody else that was really impacted by that. But I thought that was crazy for the nurses.
Oh, he changed it after he took it out. So first he said accounting, then he switched it back. Motherfucker said money. Are you fucking nuts?
Yeah, because the accountants, man, hey man, them CPAs do all right there, you know, but they get a lot of coursework.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's 9 o'clock over here.
Yeah, man. I think Michael Jackson put hands. No, not what you talk about. Yeah, some representative from some CPA firm did. They literally was like, "Are you fucking nuts?"
Yeah, that's crazy work right there, man.
Yeah, man. Fuck wrong with you?
That it is
We'll
not a
walk
short
out this bitch
road.
right now, goddamn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
His,
not a short road to
yeah,
CPAs.
his account got up and said, we ain't professionals. Let's get the fuck out this motherfucker office right now. That motherfucker flipped that shit back. Crazy. Thought I had the original list.
Look, fellas, I'm gonna tap out.
Okay, man.
I'm gonna come in and chop up with Roy on that idea. But I feel you, Roy. That's all I can say, bro.
No problem. I think that other people have like-minded things, but how to execute it is the issue.
Nah, well, we gonna either get there eventually. Once we get sick and tired of getting being sick and tired. But yeah, I hear you. Is all I can say at this point.
Yeah, it's gonna take some charity. That's the only thing I could think of. So the list I'm looking at only has 11 programs on it.
Oh, okay.
It says medicine, dentistry, law, pharmacy, medicine, chiropractic, optometry, osteopathic medicine, podiatry, theology. Theology is in there.
Yeah.
Clinical psychology. So I can get a degree in divinity and get fully funded, but you want to be a nurse? No. You need to pay up. Where's the money at?
That's that shit right there.
We don't take checks, cash only. Theology is in there. Why? Professional degree.
Mm-hmm. Damn, I had it earlier. Yeah.
And anything that's not on that list is not included. So important to note that several fields such as nursing, physical therapy, and social work have been excluded from this list despite their professional nature and the advanced training they require. This exclusion has raised concerns among various professional organizations regarding access to federal student loans for students in these fields.
Yeah, teachers is on the non-professional list. Teacher.
Yeah, teachers, yeah.
That's crazy.
Matter of fact, accounting is not on here, right? Like you said.
Yeah, he took it right back off. Yeah.
Somebody do them damn taxes.
Engineer is not on here either, right? Like engineering, no kind of engineering.
He flat out fucking nuts.
What about occupational therapy? How come that's not on here? That would be a profession. You know how hard that degree is?
It's very hard, but you know how many problems that is caused? That's workman's comp. That's just it's like anything that's a pain in the ass or that's regulated is being ostracized.
Well, it doesn't say. It doesn't say when this takes effect. When does this take effect?
At the next year, to 2026 is when the new after the next after the midterm elections. Let me just say it like that. That's the window on how it's all set up. That's why I say anybody that enters between now and like next fall is kind of good, and this goes into effect after the midterms of next fall. And when you do a new so let's say spring of 27, it's probably that's when we're gonna start seeing the impacts of that. So it's kind of still on the horizon, but it's already out there in the ether. If that makes sense.
So that seems to still deter to me. Still seems to deter people away from certain fields.
Hell yeah. You know, can you imagine being a high schooler right now and just saying, okay, yeah, I want to be, I might as well just go to med school, and in worst case, I can be a chiropractor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, people are making decisions like right now. High school seniors this year, they got a little time, but yeah, they really are the last ones that can fall under the old guys, so to say.
But wait a minute, like the thing that I'm looking at, it looks like it refers to doctoral programs only, because everything has a D on it.
Mm-hmm.
Everything has a D in it, like far as the degree, and the D stands for doctorate. So there's no MA, right? There's nothing that says MA here.
Mm-mm.
But I guess if you're in the program, you have to go to a PhD program, I guess, a doctorate program, and you get the master's included.
No, that's a good point though. But I'm just saying, you know, if you think about a social worker, all they need is their masters, and then they go take tests and start getting certifications. They're professionals right there. They can see clients with just the masters,
Yes.
and they practice with the DSM-5. So,
July 1st, 2026, bro.
oh, okay, this summer is the deadline. Okay, okay. So I was a little off there, y'all. Don't listen to me. I'm not a politician, a nurse, doctor, or any of that. I'm some guy
Yeah.
on the internet.
Social work is not on the list, so that's another problem.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just
So,
saying, but they don't need their PhD. I mean, they can practice like a doggone psychologist if they have their license, if they complete coursework and get pass the exam as an MSW, they can diagnose and see patients as an MSW, a licensed clinician. Let me say it like that.
right.
But that's interesting that you say that all those were for doctorates, though, and that's what they're calling professional.
Yeah, there's no MA. There's no MA option.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I found it.
So I guess if you're enrolled in the program that's going to lead to the doctorate, you're good. So you go straight from bachelor's to doctorate. And I think some schools go from straight away. You can go with no degree to doctorate.
Okay,
I've
here
seen
we
that.
go. Here we go, Price. Here they go.
let me see
It's
what I'm
the
looking at.
it's the official list. It's a pop-up ad, but see all them letters you was talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's hard for me to do it. I'm in this app on the phone.
Oh, okay, my bad. Can you see that better?
Yeah, yeah. See, I see the pharmacists. I see the
Yeah,
dentists. Yeah,
yeah,
see all. Yeah, those are like I guess doctorates or doctors or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah. Eye doctor and shit.
And these guys are not professionals anymore.
So what I had to do to get one of those, Price, at the bottom?
You can do that online.
Yeah, MHL.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's crazy to me right there. That's what's crazy to me right there.
Hmm. Yeah, so if you're a nurse now and you can't get the funding to increase your education, you're just going to be stuck at a miserable job, right? Like you
Funding.
just like you can't even study for the higher position because you can't afford it. So if you're working right now,
Mm.
how do you move up the ladder?
Yeah, yeah. How do you plan for the future of your career? That's crazy.
You can only
So
go past this little limit right here. This where my hand is at. You can only go by this. You know, remember when the roller coaster thing? You can
yeah,
tie. You have to be this tall. They got one of those.
I mean, well, your only option is to cash flow it. So is that going to force the cost to go down just because everybody's not going to be able to afford it, or is it just going to be an unattainable goal?
yeah. So history shows 1948 through 1973. That was the last paid annual file taxing cycle that the average worker literally have realistic chance based on economics and how things are set up to do what Roy was talking about is basically climb up the ladder without hitting the lottery or knocking over a Wells Fargo truck or you know what I'm saying? Something extreme,
Yeah.
inherent in lottery. Yeah. So you literally can work on the job, keep your nose clean, stay out of jail, and you can go from this tax bracket, that tax bracket to upper middle. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Like you weren't gonna be no millionaire. Nobody was saying that, but the closest you can get, like all damn near. You know, full
And
health care. Yeah. So
what,
we haven't
what,
saw that since '73.
oh, 73. I thought you said the
Yeah.
50s. Okay, okay.
Yeah. From 48 to 73 is when you could be able to do that.
That's
So
when
I
the
don't know
50s.
what they're doing in this modern crypto era. There is no static, so you're not motivated to, like you said, go ahead and knock that certification out, that CompTIA. You know what I'm saying? Uh,
Well,
some of
yeah.
you, yeah,
Mm. Do they have
education, yeah.
do they have the employer funding some of it in some still?
The
Like,
funds have never been not available. It's the interest that's not been there. Your
oh,
typical 14 to 18-year-old now, that's not your 15-year-old when I was coming up. I was not the norm. I was driving a car at the age of 15. So, do kids drive cars, by the teenagers? Yeah. I had unlimited access to car, bank account, uh, all types of stuff that adults have that I had no business having access to. I kind of skipped the line. But uh, at the rate of spending, you don't have to go through as much to produce the same amount of income. I guess is what I'm saying.
so you're building credit? Is that what you're saying? You're building credit like that?
Yeah, you can always that option was always there. Building credit, like, even if you didn't have enough money, you could also you still had a chance to say, "Hey, I'm not going to get no collections. I'm gonna still pay these little bills on time, whatever." But I'm talking about being able to save, fight inflation, uh, healthcare. I mean, your day to day cost of food dynamics probably a little bit tougher than what they have been. Uh, so maintaining an internet connection may be a nuance that you still don't know what the effects are long term. How much does it cost to remain on the internet every 30 days? What's the numbers? $100?
Mm. Oh, you mean like the
Well,
electric bill?
no, just the internet connection.
Oh, the internet connection itself, right? Like the
Yeah, so you can go back to 2005. Nobody was paying $100 a month in 2005 for internet.
right.
Now, uh, yeah, that's the lowball figure. So what would one have been doing with that $100 had it not been for internet?
Food, paying other bills.
Other bills and food, getting fat. Well, not fat, but entertainment, I guess. Leisure.
Yeah, you could buy some rims and not pay the rent.
Family.
Buy some sneakers, default one of the bills so you can get some fresh kicks.
Yeah, $200 gym shoes. Yeah, I would have had my neck broken if I would have ever asked my mom to spend more than rent or damn near the same as a car note, whatever. Yeah, my cost of living was low coming up. $100. Yeah, everything was pretty much covered except for want to go get a pizza or something on Friday night. That's it. I grew up with $28 light bills, and house telephone bill was no more than $30, 25 at the most. Back when phone calls cost, let's say $1 a minute almost when you average it out. So if you talk an hour, you're gonna have to pay somebody $60 each time.
That was the rotary days, the rotary phone.
Yeah, that was the rate average. Can you imagine paying somebody $60 to talk to them for an hour and yell about Trump? Yeah, so people that lived in New York and California started getting expensive to talk. They had lots less contact. And it cost about like $20 every 5 minutes to for somebody in New York talk to somebody in California. Talk to somebody like 15, 20 minutes. That's $100. Nice to talk to you. Talk to you next month. That's how a lot of those conversations went. Quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ability to take a picture at anything at any time. That was the real game changer there.
I thought it was the email on the phone that was the game changer. Because now you don't need the computer anymore.
Yeah, probably the email. You got mail.
Yeah, there was a time I couldn't get emails because I didn't have a phone,
Yeah.
so I needed a computer.
There was no infrastructure. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, if I applied for a job, I would have to go home, check my emails, see if I got accepted or rejected or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, there was no infrastructure. It's a whole shift in society. Go from the letter from the post office to the Acrobat reader.
And wasn't there supposed to be a thing about them charging for emails back in the day? They were thinking about
They
so-called
do.
charging.
They did. Some still do today.
What do you mean?
Charge you per month for keeping all that damn shit up in there. It costs money to put shit on the internet, man.
Like you mean the cloud storage?
Yeah,
Okay. I was just talking about the email. Like you saying the emails on the cloud storage? Okay. Right.
some are. Yeah.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I wasn't thinking of cloud storage per se, but just the email, like the general email before cloud came a thing. There was supposed to be a rumor that they were going to charge, the post office was going to charge, X amount of cents for email because now people are not using postage stamps as much because they could just email a letter, right? They could just
Yeah.
email whoever they want. So now they're losing money. So how do they get their money back? But I guess nothing came of it. Kind of good.
Yeah, they're still relying on bigger packages. Hey, Dr. Lamb, CD. I saw what happened last Thursday night. One second. He hit his head on the astroturf.
Hey, peace, y'all.
Hey, Dr. Lamb.
I just checking y'all out. What y'all got going on?
Oh yeah, we winding down. We had a earlier marathon.
Oh, I'm late.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's everything's good. Uh, but yeah, because was going up for the touchdown, and I guess he timed it wrong. When he came down, he hit his head on the turf. He had to go under the tent.
Oh, I didn't even pay attention.
Yeah, that was last Thursday.
Oof.
I don't know. I think he out. I I didn't get an updated progress report. But
Yeah, I was mad at him, so I hadn't tuned into his game.
yeah,
Just ignorance. What's wrong with these young people?
yeah, he had a couple good outings the last couple games. So uh,
Yeah.
so,
They trying to make him learn his lesson.
uh, so that was true that he got benched for missing practice.
Yeah.
Oh
Not showing up to team meetings on time,
yeah.
late, late, and being late. It was true.
Oh okay.
Being a knucklehead. Them young folk, you know, they get these, they have these $1 million contract. This is the part of the NIL that I think that kind of ruins some of them. That they feel like they the woman or they the man, and they don't have to do certain things. That's your job. You still have to do your part, and it's the simplest thing as going to a meeting and being on time. Like, bruh, you should be early. What? Like, what are we
Same,
talking about?
same thing happened to Keon.
Yeah.
They
Right.
suspended him they got him for the whole game though.
Because well, if you get told about your little self, then you want to cock attitudes, and you work for them. They don't work for you. So I wasn't happy with his little behavior. He
That's the first time it happened to both of them.
nah,
Oh okay.
it's a work in progress. It's a work in progress, and sometimes they don't. They just have to be a professional. Basically, got to be a professional at all times. Get out your little feelings. Stop. You don't own the team. You're not the coach. You the player. Be where you're supposed to be. Do what you're supposed to do if you want to be around. And they don't have to play you. And you not playing does not keep the team from winning. It's next man up. So,
Yes, a lot of people looking for that superstar highlight reel.
you know, I don't think he learned his lesson though.
No.
And can tell the way he interview. He learned his lesson. He'll learn it when I said, "You got a second job? Are you working on a second career? Because you must be." As you better, you see what they doing Shador over there? You better
Hmm.
take notes. They ain't playing with you, young black boys.
He just came in,
You know, they
yeah.
ain't playing. They ain't
Catch a
playing with
number
you.
hell. Like, the fuck these
Mm-hmm.
motherfuckers doing up in here?
Ain't even bothering nobody.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? Just because. And then have a stellar game and they still act like you didn't do nothing. Oh, he ain't do enough.
Yeah, yeah. 365 yards, 4 touchdowns.
Phone touched and he ain't do enough. What?
Yeah, he still fucked up.
Making history. Talking about don't pump him up. You know, that's gonna ruin him. Shit, if this haven't ruined him, what will?
Hmm.
Ain't nowhere to go but up. What are we talking about?
That shit
Yeah,
crazy,
that's what we
man.
told him. We was like, "Yo, you see what's going on with the Browns over there? Is that what you trying? Is that the type of distress you want to be
That motherfucker keep taking that motherfucker out on a 2 point conversion. Boy, that motherfucker be
under?"
looking like, are you done lost your rabbit ass, man? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, yeah, man, it's
I
crazy.
saw it on his face though, Sunday though. He was mad about that one because he knew he could have got that shit. That was straight bullshit right
He
there.
was in ball
He
mode,
couldn't believe
bruh.
it. Yeah, on that one. He was like,
Bruh,
"Now you just tried to do it twice and you failed."
bruh. He was
Uh,
in ball. And for them to sit now the narrative is they developed them. What?
hmm.
Y'all
Nah,
stupid.
his quarterback coach, dude, he got his own YouTube
Yeah,
channel. Yeah,
yeah.
him
He
and
put
Cam Ward. Yeah,
yeah, they he was at they were at the game. It was pretty cool.
yeah.
You know, it was to hear the team that didn't allow him to touch the ball until 3 weeks ago. They gonna say
Mhm.
they developed them.
Hmm.
What are we talking
Hmm.
about? These people delusional. So we told Key the same thing. Like Scooter, you keep on. You gonna okay. That money gonna hit different.
I don't know who in a more hostile goddamn environment for having motherfuckers jealous that they're making money. Redneck Jerry Dallas or Canada Nordic Wolfman motherfucking Buffalo Bills. No room for error, and your quarterback is maybe the hottest quarterback in the
Say,
AFC.
say it again. Say
Yeah.
it again,
They
bruh. Like
definitely don't give a damn about your motherfucking ass.
don't
Well,
give
if they got that shit going, that's they Tom Brady hell.
bruh. They not even thinking about you. Like you should have continued to be his friend.
Yeah, no.
You know, like you worried about the wrong thing. It's your second year. I think you got what, a year or 2 more years on that contract. Shit.
Yeah, you got a long way to go.
Yeah, man, you got a whole your ass gonna be on that bench next year. Keep on playing.
In
You
that
think
new
somebody gonna
stadium. Yeah.
throw? Yep, he throw you a contract. He'll throw you a contract, all right. You be over there having a podcast like everybody else talking shit.
Right. Yeah. The shit
But
you used to do. Yeah.
you notice how I don't know if you paid attention that this week after that game, when I after this one, but after the first game, how more athletes started podcasting.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then after this third week, I should have been playing. Everybody talking about them numbers went through the roof. I say, shit, I'm
Yeah,
about to start talking about Shador shit.
yeah, shit. That
Give me
motherfucker name is gold. This motherfucker's not even in Cleveland.
not even.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, gone like whoa. Talk about bit. I was thinking about it. I said, okay, how can I spin it? I said, I think I can spin it from a business perspective on how the family created a business model for everybody in the loop. This guy said on I think it was on G Bush's channel. This guy said he went to one of the high schools in Cleveland, and one of his buddies was on the show, and he said how the guy said, "Man, I work for Shador now," and he
Mm,
was like, "You work for Shador?" He was like, "Yeah." He's like, "What do you do?" He said, "I'm on the street media team." He was like, "What?" He said,
mm,
"Yeah, man, I go around, marketing and stuff for him and everything or whatever." I say, "That's what I'm talking about."
mm,
Get so you got this whole team of Cleveland natives,
mhm,
you know, on his marketing team.
mhm.
That's how you get into the schools. That's how you get like here in the man. That's business empire for you. But you
Yeah,
know,
I saw that the giveaway he had at the for the car.
oh yeah, to the lady.
Yeah,
Yup. And then they did the food, and
yeah.
then they I think there's something else. Um, Kim Coleman, he just did his Nike account to a little nonprofit sports league. I see Flyj just did some of hers from Big Sporting Goods
Oh, okay.
to some young girls. um, you know, they get those accounts when on their endorsement and they can spend however much.
Yeah.
Um, Man, I didn't mean to run off your guess.
Nah, everything was one that I already wanted.
Yeah. And so we were those are some of the things that they're doing. So I say, man, I could spin it from a business perspective and how the businesses and how they also allowing other people, other content creators who promoting, Colorado or promoting Shador or Shallow, how they're allowing them to use their media clips to
Mm-hmm.
promote because that's more light on them and how their channels are being lucrative. So it's like allowing multiple people to do media and having business revenue based on what they're doing. So I'm like, that's a pretty good business model because
Yeah,
can't nobody come take that away from you. You
yeah.
know, it's your content and how you're able to deliver it. And so when it really started getting heated, when G Bush he started his little barbershop channel, even though he had it, but when he really started giving good commentary on, do you watch him, G Bush?
Every now and then, I know what you're talking about though. Yeah.
Yeah, he when he really started telling, giving that real good content about Shador, man, his numbers went crazy. I remember one show, the other guy on the Ultimate Browns channel, he was like, we gonna do a live show and they got 100,000 viewers. And so shit, they all of them, so they did it a couple more times at first. The other white cats, they wasn't really feeling it. And shoot, when them numbers started drawing, they seen them checks. Honey, all
Yeah.
of them got a show after the game.
Hell yeah, boy.
Before the game, after the game, doing
Yeah,
that.
man.
Them
Sign me up,
numbers
man.
were
Yeah.
crazy. You talking about 4,000 watching live,
Yeah.
for 3-4 hours before, after. G Bush told his wife, he said, I don't know how many more times she gonna let me do it. I done went live 3 times today. I said that YouTube check hit different last month.
Mm.
Yeah. So I was thinking about doing that, you know, doing the business side of it.
Yeah, it's got a flexible component, so you don't have to be uh, relying strictly on long term numbers. You can get in and out if you want. A week,
Mhm.
2 weeks, whatever. Yeah.
Yep. He talking about all the different, how they handling their business. What'd you think about the one? I think it's the football player who said it was difficult. What did he say? Did he say it was difficult sustaining 100 million because his bills was 400 million? I mean 400,000 a month. Did you see that?
I don't know if that's recent. Was that recent?
Yeah, it was like last week or within the last 2 weeks.
I
He
don't. I
said,
don't see that one.
let me see if I can find it. He said he was having a hard time sustaining $100 million contract because
Mm.
his family, with his family, he spends 400,000 a month. Man, you done lost your damn mind.
Mm.
First of all, we not even getting no uh we not getting no expenses that even come close to that. They not getting no expenses on me. I'm not carrying anybody for no 400K. Is you crazy? So what do
Mhm.
y'all do when you no longer in the NFL? Yeah.
Whoever got something left. Yeah.
They won't last very long.
3 to 5 years. If that, yeah, five is the that's the long end, no.
Yeah. And then they trying to get rid of you within that. They transferring once the season starts, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
You know,
All that 7 and 10 year shit is over.
over. Talking about they look at every year you drafting a new quarterback, talking about you looking for a franchise quarterback. Do you even know how to build a team? Do you think it's gonna take one time?
Bill.
Yeah, it's been crazy. So I've been caught up in the football world, basketball season world. It's his Jamison Wilson. James Wilson.
Okay.
You know him? He's a quarterback.
Jameis
He's
Winston.
Winston, yeah,
Yeah,
Jameis
yeah.
Winston. He yeah, it said his family, he spends 400 million, I mean $400,000 a month on family and friends. Nigga, you crazy.
Yeah, you don't need to be doing that.
It's not even that serious. He said they take the stuff and flip it on eBay.
No, they do.
Oh God. That's crazy.
Yeah, it wasn't a
Crazy.
market just a few years ago.
Yeah, you're right. Drop shipping. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Crazy work. Crazy work. But yep. Then I've been studying for my little cybersecurity certification.
Okay.
hmm Ready to take my little exam before the end of the year. So I've been in the cut. I pop in every now and then, check y'all out.
Yeah, it's been slow motion for a second.
Yeah.
But yeah, catch a
You've
little
been
break.
working now.
Yeah, I'll probably be back in motion after the first of the year though, full time. We're gonna see how it go though.
Yeah, working.
Yeah,
Uh oh.
back on the road. Yeah.
You just going cross country?
I'm talking with a couple companies now.
Yeah.
See what they got.
Well, you could be on your truck listening in, uh, like most of the truckers do. No, whatnot. That's cool. I got a couple cousins that drive. They go cross country. And whatnot. They get to the end. I'd be like, man, when I went to the mountains for Thanksgiving, Dev, I was in the I called myself going around 40 to 75, right? I mean 75 to 40 through Atlanta,
Mm.
20 to 75 to 40. And somehow I didn't take the Chattanooga and I end up GPS not paying attention. GPS ended up taking me to 385 off of 75 or 80, whatever it did. And I end up through them damn Smoky Mountains for an entire hour in the rain and the fog. I was crying. I kept saying, not like this, not like this.
It was at night.
Yes, it
Oh,
was
okay.
dark and I couldn't see. I
Oh,
could
okay.
I had to follow the yellow and the white line, like, you know, and I was going so slow. I must have been going about 25.
Damn.
People behind me was mad or whatever. People was going around me. I did not care. The ledge is right there. I said, 45 more minutes. Oh my God. Yeah, it was crazy. So on the way back, I bet I paid attention to that darn highway.
Yeah, I'm be messing around up there.
Oh man, it was a nightmare. Total nightmare. But it was good though. The weather wasn't too bad. Sun kind of peeked out a little bit, even though it was cold. But it wasn't overbearing.
You went to Mount Airy way?
I don't even know what way I went.
Oh, okay.
I just know I ended up on the other side of Gatlinburg. So normally before the hurricane, we would cross over Asheville to
Yeah,
go into, and it would only take you 4 hours. You go through the mountains or whatever.
yeah.
But I wanted to go through Atlanta, which took me an extra three, but I was good with that because I didn't want to go through the mountains. But when I got to Atlanta, the direction it took me, I end up um exiting off of 75 at 3, I think it was 385 into something, and I ended up in the mountains, and I was not happy about that at all. Squiggly, squiggly, squiggly. Sharp turns, this, that, or whatever. I did not like that at all. And I couldn't figure out how I got there. And then I realized once I had missed that exit, I should have turned around and went back. Because I
Hmm.
knew I was supposed to go towards Chattanooga. Um, but I didn't. I don't know what was I thinking. I bet I won't do it again though. And then my nephew had to go back this weekend for a cheer competition, but I'm not going.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I had enough of the mountains. I saw a bear.
Yeah,
It tore up one of our cousins' truck
yeah,
because he had gone fishing the week before, and that fish smell was in the back of his truck. He had the bed, in the back,
yeah.
and it tore that bed up. And
Mhm.
I guess it was mad as hell because there wasn't nothing in there. So we saw a bear. We saw it the night before we left. That night leaving out to the mountain because my cousin them had a cabin in Gatlinburg, and on my way back I stayed in a hotel. I don't play with the bears, and when we were leaving out from their cabin, we went down the mountains and we saw it. I said, "Ooh!" I called him. I said, "Hey, the bear on his way. Bear, come and check y'all out." Yup. So I say I come back to the Pan African Wars, Pan African and FBA Wars. I was wa- I was looking at Tariq. I mean, no, not Tariq. Tahaka Bay one night. Tahaka Bay was on talking about nobody knows Tariq real name. I said, boy, they all over the place right now.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's funny. I know Carolina just pulled the money from minority businesses, put out an executive order. So no minority set aside funds for contracting, and then they just stopped uh soda products and sugary products from SNAP. And
Wait,
then
for y'all, for North Carolina?
South South Carolina.
South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah, they did it for Indiana and Wisconsin, I think.
Really, yeah. And then I see somebody posted on IG that Trump mentioned that if you got a BBL or any kind of cosmetic surgery and getting government assistance, that you're gonna get cut off.
Hmm. They gonna cut your BBL off? That's
That's
crazy.
how would you know? But how would you know if somebody got a BBL?
Yeah, they got everything.
I
Especially
guess
something like that.
that's crazy. I see. Next, they gonna be saying if you got your hair done and your nails done.
Yeah. And there ain't no difference. Still
I know.
cosmetic. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So what the? I said, "Ooh, they being petty, petty." I said, "Well, guess what? You know who gets a lot of cosmetic surgery?
Hmm.
You know, now the BBL, they may have a consistency across the board, but that cosmetic part, Botox and facelifts and nose, surgery and all that craziness.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be celebrities, so they shouldn't be on no government assistance. But the rest of them gonna be who. But they did start putting out. They start to put out funding again, grants. They snuck some in on SBA, and we missed them.
Oh, okay.
They showed just snuck them in, so now we trying to put things on the radar. They just put something out for a pilot program for farmers. Um, so we trying to get ready because look like they trying to. I say they've created a problem to fix a problem. Look like and say that they fixed it.
Hmm.
So those are starting to come out again or whatnot. We just trying to see how they gonna do ours because McMaster's crazy stuff. My friend Jermaine, who's running for governor of South Carolina, he gonna be on the Breakfast Club.
Tomorrow?
Let me see what day they said. I seen them post a picture of him at the studio. So I don't know if it's tomorrow. I guess sometime this week. I guess it's pre-recorded.
Yeah.
That's how they do their shows.
Sometimes the big time celebrity, somebody like him might just have enough time. That's all you got time for, just 30 minutes. That's
Yeah,
running. Uh,
yeah, yeah.
he had to go out. He went all the way to Atlanta
Yeah, hit to is it Atlanta or New York?
or New York. I mean, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah, he went to New York. He posted the photos on his Facebook page and whatnot. So what you know about this? They said so he had uh what's his name? Who said something? Somebody said something, and he posted F whatever it was, and
Mm.
so a couple of the former representatives or whatever called him. Was like, "Yo, you should be cussing on Facebook." Da 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 da. And he said, "Well, this is how I reached the whatever the generation is called right now." And so somebody looked it up, and they said that the post said that if you want to reach the younger generation, they want you to tell it to them, be straight up, no chaser,
Mm.
raw and uncut and real. Like, don't be politically correct. Have you saw that?
Uh, Not specifically worded like you said, but just based on my observation, it's been zero. Oh, don't cuss or having some sort of alertness that uh they're using aggressive language.
Yeah.
I hadn't really seen anybody complain about it.
Right. Yeah. So like I guess it's us more traditional people who not used to hearing it. You
Yeah,
know, like, whoa, did you just say that? Like they're
yeah,
saying
yeah,
that that's the way people want you to give it to them. You
yeah,
know, there's no politically correctness no more.
yeah.
I'm like, okay. News to me. And he just cussing. I was like, come that's like that's not you. Don't do that. That's not cute. He like, that's how I reach the young people, girl. I'm like, okay, you say that so. I said, but will they hold that against you when you trying to run for governor? Even though I know what they saying, but that hit a little different when it comes to us.
Yeah, I guess they got the Heisman coming up. Well, no, that's cool. Yeah, so, I mean, a little late night. Not late night. It's not real late, but kind of late. Yeah, that goes live. So, I just want to hear them. I think you probably open the panel now. Candace Owens. What's it called? Oh, well, okay, there you go. All right, so it's all good. So Psycho is live. We're gonna pop up over there. Around this time. Appreciate everybody for popping up. And we'll probably be back after Psycho sometime tomorrow. Black Power. Yeah.